Shabbat shalom. Shabbat shalom. More praise go to the Most High. Got you doing my Eminah.
Yahweh is my shepherd, I shall not want. He maketh me to lie down in green pastures. He leadeth me beside the still water. He restored my soul. He leadeth me in the paths of righteousness for his name's sake. Yea, though I walk through the valley of shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for you walk with me. Your rod and your staff, they comfort me. You prepare a table before me in the presence of my enemy. You anoint my head with oil, my cup runneth over. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, and I will dwell in the house of Yahuwah forever. Yahweh is my shepherd, I shall not want, I shall not want. Yahweh is my shepherd, I shall not want, no, I shall not want. Yahweh is my shepherd, I shall not want, shall not want, no. Yahweh, oh Yahweh, Yahweh. Judge me, oh Yahweh, for I walk in mine integrity. I've trusted also in the Elohim, therefore I shall not slide. Examine me, O Yahweh, prove me, try my reins in my heart. For thy loving kindness is before mine eyes, and I have walked in thy truth.
Shabbat shalom, everybody.
Shabbat shalom.
Welcome to me, please. Shabbat shalom, everybody.
Shabbat shalom. Let's go. We wait for a long time. Let's get it. Let's go. Let's go.
We
Let's
were
get it.
But we are here by divine appointment. We giving all praise, honor, and esteem unto the Most High. Yahweh Bahashem Mashiach Yahweh Shai. In English, that is the Most High God in the name of His begotten Son. We give all praise, honor, and esteem to. Today is Shabbat. We linked up. ZRPHANIAH 2-1, you know how we do, it's a decree. Of course, I myself am Yashabala in the house of Mahorka, one Yahweh Dr. Yashabala, this awesome brother right here to my left. You know what I'm saying? Definitely want to get a greeting from the brother. Then we're gonna get into some scriptures. Everybody excited today? Oh, it's quiet in the mug. Is everybody excited today?
All right.
You know what we should be excited? Every day new mercies. That's what the scriptures say. Every day we wake up new mercies. Every day we wake up with a chance to learn and to be in each other's presence and to get it right just one more again. You know what I'm saying? It's a butterfly notebook. It's like,
Yeah.
Lamar, you want to say something?
Yeah. Shabbat shalom. More praise go to Yahweh Shabbat shalom. We have multiple streams going across YouTube and Facebook. We're trying to get everything together with Jeremiah, please say Jeremiah, Isaiah, Shabbat, the Torah portion. We're trying to bring everything together. We had some technical difficulties, so They're streaming on Sister E's platform, doing the Torah portion. We're trying to bring everything together. Hopefully, we can get it together on the next go round. But welcome to E37 Ministries, Army of Israel. Give a little praise to the Father, Abba, Yahweh, His Son, Hamashiach, Yahweh, right? And shout out to the 12 tribes of Israel scattered abroad. And so we're just going to go over, since we in the season of Passover, we want to go over some things concerning Passover. Right? We have those individuals that believe that we don't have to keep the Passover because we're in captivity. Right? Which is a law that the Bible says forever. We don't read a couple of chapters and some verses concerning the matter. At the end of the day, every man must work out their own soul salvation with fear and truth. That's your job, that's your duty, because the Most High says in Romans 14, every knee shall bow down, give account of themselves, right? We all have our own individual book of life, and that's just the truth of the matter. So, it's not about, at the end of the day, we're going to defend the gospel, we're going to stand on the law, just like our forefathers did during the time of the Hellenistic period, with the Maccabees revolt. And these brothers are our examples of staying stiffly to the law, statutes, commandments that's located in the Bible. All right? And so, how everybody doing? Everybody good? All praise God to the Most High. We have dedicated ourselves to get in tune to the Most High, most sacred day, as it tells you in the second Maccabees, the 6th chapter. That the Shabbat day is the most sacred day. Exodus 20, it tells you that to remember the Shabbat day. We have it up there, right? It's the 4th commandment. Let's go through the commandments right quick and summary. 1, thou shalt not go gods before me, powers. Thou shalt not make unto thee a graven image. Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy power in vain. Remember the Shabbat day to keep it holy. Honor thy father and thy mother. Thou shalt not kill. Thou shalt not commit adultery. Thou shalt not steal. Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor. Lie. Thou shalt not covet. Right? So these are our 10, right? Amendments, basically, right? Of our Constitution. And we have over 613 commandments in the Bible, right? Now, are we in that space to keep every single law written in the Bible? No. Even when you go into the various captivities of the children of Israel, at some points in time, when they killed off our men and our elders, the children forgot the law. And every time we had to be reinstated with the law, with the books of the Bible. And these various captivity. Nehemiah was in what captivity? He was in the Persian and Medes, right? Give me Jonah the 8th chapter and the 8th verse. Before we get that, we got to get Colossians the 3rd chapter. We got to do that. Colossians the 3rd chapter and the 16th. Yes. Right, what is the last time you like? Hey. And this word is being brought to you just in case you didn't know by the impenetrable, infallible, perfect, incomparable, unmatched, impenetrable. Did I use that word already? I said it? Okay. Perfect word, you know what I'm saying? And this is definitely not the private interpretation. And it's not. This is the book of Colossians, chapter 3, and verse 16. Let the word of Christ dwell in you richly in all wisdom, teaching and admonishing one another in psalms, in hymns, and spiritual songs, singing with grace in your hearts to the Lord. We're just going to read the plan today. And try our best to read the plan today. So our people understand that are still in the Greek speaking understanding. So yeah, we read that. What else you got, bro? Yeah, but I'm going to throw out the giving praise to the Abba Yahweh. Hashem, Mashiach Yahushua, the word in the called God of Jesus Christ. All right. So we got to get some understanding because you just can't throw this the term God out there because God can be a man. God can be a false deity, right? You see what I'm saying? So we want to understand that who we talk about. Like if he's an angel, an angelic celestial body, right? So when we speak about the Father, we know that's the supreme being. So his throne, like other people's so-called deities, has a throne, which I'm going to break out, right? Those that are speaking against the Most High sits on the throne. Okay, all right. So yes, oh brother, go give me let's go to Nehemiah 8. Let's go to Nehemiah 8. You got Nehemiah 8 now, you're struggling to find the page, brother. We gotta get these books together. Right. Start with verse 1.
With the book of Nehemiah, chapter 8, starting at verse 1. And all the people gathered themselves together as one man into the street that was before the water gate. And they spake unto Ezra the scribe to bring the book of the law of Moses, which the Elohim had commanded to Israel. And Ezra the priest brought the law before the congregation, both of men and women, and all that could hear with understanding upon the first day of the 7th month. And he read therein before the street that was before the water gate from the morning until midday, before the men and the women, and those that could understand. And the ears of all the people were attentive unto the book of the law.
Onto the what?
Unto the book of the law.
Onto the book of the law. So let me get there because I was just shouting out the class that's going on with Jeremiah, Isaiah, or Sister E's channel. Right? So here we go. We start with verse 1 again. Let's redo that again. Take it from the top. Take it from the top. You ready to roll? Rock and roll, baby. Let's go.
This is the book of Nehemiah, chapter 8, we're at verse 1. And all the people gathered themselves together as one man into the street that was before the water gate. And they spake unto Ezra the scribe to bring the book of the law of Moses, which the Elohim had commanded to Israel.
Right.
And Ezra the priest brought the law before the congregation, both of men and women, and all that could hear with understanding upon the first day of the 7th month.
So what is that? What is the first day of the 7th month?
The first day of the 7th month is Adar.
First day. The first day of the 7th month. Anybody know what the first day of the 7th month? First day of the 7th month. What feast day is on the 7th month? On the first day. Nope. What feast day do we keep every month? Every month, what feast days are we supposed to keep? Huh? Say it again. Come on now. You the word. What's going on with the Hebrew Israelites? Anybody in the chat know? Like, come on, man.
We had an answer over here said new moon.
New moon. So what is the highest new moon? When does the highest new moon start? The 7th month, man. What we doing, man? Come on, y'all going on. The 7th month is the new moon. blow the trumpets. All right, come on now, let's get stuff together. Shalom, shalom. Welcome to the chat, man. I'm supposed to send you joints out to a couple people that we've been in counsel with. So they should be looking to be a part and involved in what we're doing. Okay?
And verse 3, we're at the book of Nehemiah, chapter 8, verse 3. And he read therein before the street that was before the water gate from the morning until midday.
Until what?
Until from the morning until midday.
Right. What is midday? What is midday?
No, that's midday. Even is not midday. Anybody else? Anybody you still on your screen?
What is the midday? Midday.
Close?
Yeah, give me a time. Thank you. Midday. Morning. Midday. Mid-dew of the day. This is 12 o'clock. Right? Midday. All right. So we are on the first day of the trumpet. And the Bible is being read daytime. Right? The first day speaking of the day. They're reading what? From the what? Morning
until midday.
Until midday. Remember, Genesis. Evening and the morning was the first day. Is it morning? All right. So they're in the midday and they're reading the scripture. Okay? They're reading the word.
And we're at verse 3 still. And he read therein before the street that was before the water gate from the morning until midday, before the men and the women, and those that could understand. And the ears of all the people were attentive unto the book of the law.
Who's attentive in here and who's not attentive? If you're sleeping, dozing off, then you're not attentive. Right? And see, I've been trying to be cool with everybody, but if we're not going to be attentive during the Shabbat, then you lose stuff that you have, that you enjoy to do, then we want to strip it. Phones, video game consoles, all of that. Because the Most High comes before any and everything. In this house, it comes before any and everything. Right? So we're not going to continue to tolerate people sleeping and dozing off and all that. Okay? And we can stay up and entertain ourselves in things that we love to do. We're supposed to love the word of the Most High first and foremost. Because this is what's going to get you into an everlasting position in the kingdom of the Most High. Not your little phones, games, or whatever things that you're doing outside of the Most High. Okay? So let's understand that. So attentive, read that part again. Read that whole verse. And the ears of all the people.
And he read therein before the street that was before the water gate from the morning until midday. In the book of Ezra, chapter 8, verse 3. Before the men and the women, and those that could understand. And the ears of all the people were attentive unto the book of the law.
Everybody know what attentive means? Attentive. Let's get what? What was your answer? Hey, nobody call out no more. Please do not call out, because I can't stand when people call out and then you call out a wrong answer. Now I'm gonna act like I'm in the classroom. Well, you know what I'm saying? When I'm speaking to my students. Raise your hand. I just asked you, raise before you speak in here. Raise your hand. Do you understand me? Do everybody understand? I don't hear everybody. Do everybody understand? Do not blurt out anything. Raise your hand. All right, attentive. 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 It says paying close attention. Close attention. That means you're locked in. You're locked in. alert. That means if I ask a question, you're not thinking about it for 2,000 years. You're already in tune. You ready to raise your hand, process the question, and then answer. Alert or observant. Showing care to the needs or desires of others, caring or courageous. So do we care about the word of the Lord? Or we don't care? All right. So, and the ears of all the people were attentive unto the book of the Lord, which is the Bible. Right? That's our book. Basic instruction before leaving earth. Right? Our records. Okay, here we go.
All right, we're in verse 4. And Ezra the scribe stood upon a pulpit of wood, which they had made for the purpose.
Wait. That's kind of cool.
Wait. So Ezra the scribe stood upon a pulpit of wood. Just imagine standing on a pulpit, standing on the pulpit, which they had made it for the purpose. They made it for him right there on the spot. Give me somewhat like camp vibes right now. Camp vibes. Brothers, because back when I came to truth, brothers actually had a pulpit. They would make a pulpit stand that the teacher stands on to be a little elevated with the people, right? So they can be what? Seen and noticed, not standing eye to eye, but on a pulpit, right? So let's imagine you got the brother speaking on a pulpit, okay? You know, for all the anti-Capitolite Negroes, right?
Right.
And beside him stood Mattathiah and Shemaiah and Ananiah, Elijah, Hilkiah, and Messiah, and on his right hand.
Oh,
So we have brothers standing on the left-hand side of Ezra that's on the pulpit. Right? We have Matthias, one, Shemaiah, Ananiah, Elijah, and Hezekiah. 5 brothers on the left, while Ezra is on the pulpit. Now he's saying on his right hand and on his left hand, but I'm on his right hand and on his left hand, we got going on.
Messiah, and Malchiah, and Hashum, and Hashbadana, Zechariah, and Musalam.
so
On his left hand, you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. On his right. Okay? So we got brothers on the left, which was what? How many people? Matthias, 1, 2,
It was 6 on his right.
So it's a total of how many people?
14.
We got a camp of 14.
Including Ezra.
Including Ezra. No, Ezra made the 14.
Gotcha.
Right? Matthias 1, Shemaiah, Ananiah, Uriah, Hezekiah, and Messiah. That's 6. Also make 7. On the left hand, Pedaiah, Mishael, Malchiah, and Hashum, and Hashbadana, Zechariah, and Musalam. That's a total of 14. So why would I act weird if I see brothers outside teaching the Bible? And we see the examples in the book of Nehemiah. Speaking to who? Who are they speaking to? Who he was speaking to? Come on, let's go.
We're in verse 5 of chapter 8 of the book of Nehemiah. And Ezra opened the book in the sight of all the people.
Hold on, let me see the book.
Open up the book.
Open up the book inside of all the people. Go ahead.
And Ezra opened up the book in sight of all the people, for he was above all the people.
That's why you have to have the pulpit, so that people can see him, right? So they can see him. So we see brothers already have the pulpit now. The older school brothers word was alphabet. Why you wanna disrespect point west? We the best, but the truth to the west. Highways and byways, Saturday to Friday, banging on these heathens. I know you need to see it.
They hate to see it.
What's that about?
They hate to see it.
Right? Because the history I know that the brothers from One West came out to Oklahoma. They came out to New Mexico, set up camp and congregation in Oklahoma, New Mexico, and California, right? And brothers are here in St. Louis. As a matter of kind of Maccabee, and it said his name was given to him by his elder that had a what you call Lashon Kodash name. Not just the regular Israel or Israel. He had a what you call it one West. All right. So this word is going out crazy. All right, from the people that you want to despise. The brothers and sisters you want to despise.
I would also like to point out that Hamashiach and his disciples were also a camp. That was 13 of them. That was a camp. He had his brothers on this side, his brothers on that side. There was an account where on the Sermon on the Mount, he stood up, spoke with amplification, no microphone. There was another account where he actually stood up to the people and he talked to the people, and his brothers among in the camp, the disciples, right, they were riding shotgun with him. That's all I want to ask.
See that? It's in the Bible. And he also sent them out on twos and threes. Right? When he sent them abroad.
So wait.
But he was rolling with 12 man dudes.
That was the original buddy system.
Come on,
in the
what are you talking about, man?
Right?
That was the original buddy
Read
system.
that again.
What's that?
8 and 5.
And Ezra opened the book in the sight of all the people, for he was above all the people. And when he opened it, all the people stood up. And Ezra blessed the Alahayim, the great Yahweh. And the people answered, Amen, Amen, with lifting up their hands. And they bowed their heads, and they worshiped the Alahayim with their faces to the ground.
So we getting
some type of biblical reference to how we should be worshiping and when we're praying, right? Right? Showing reverence and humility, right? Patience to the ground.
And Yeshua and Benai, Sherebiah, Jamin, Akub, Shabbatai, Adijah, Ma'asalah, Kalida, Azariah, Josabad, Hanan, Peliah, and the Levites caused the people to understand the law, and the people stood in their place. So they read in the book of the law of Yahweh distinctly and gave the sense.
Okay, what? Hold up.
So when you see the reader, so they read in the book of the law. See, the whole Bible, the Lord says he comes in the volume of the book. It is written of me, Psalm 47. And Hebrews 10:7. He comes in the volume of the book. Right? So all praise to the Most High and his prophecies, right? That eventually every Israelite, when you read Deuteronomy 30, was going to have a copy of his word. You wouldn't be able to make no excuse to say you couldn't know the Lord. Right? Because at one point in time it was only in scrolls and it was kept by the priests. Right? So they had to come out and read as who? Interesting. Right? So they read in the book of the law of the Most High distinctively. What does this word distinctively mean?
Let's see.
And I like how the scriptures, I like how they put emphasis on what they was doing. Read in the book of the law distinctly.
I like that. Nah. No. But that's what it is. Distinct. It says readily distinguish Abu, from all others, right? Discrete, easily perceived by the senses,
clearly defined, unquestionable. So that's why you see one brother, right, reading, because what is it doing right there? Distinctively. Clear to the mind with distinct mental discernment, it's distinctively possible. I can clearly see myself in this situation. So we're reading, I want you to read it again. Read it again.
Read the book of Ezra, the book of Nehemiah, chapter 8, verse 8. So they read in the book of the law of Yahweh distinctly and gave the sense and caused them to understand the reading.
and caused them
To understand the Bible, to understand the law, statutes, commandments. So this is why you have people that read, you have readers that read distinctly, they read clearly, so you can understand clearly the words, and somebody gives you the sense. They give you the sense and understanding of what the book is projecting to you, right? So for you people to sit there and get in your bag about can't, this is something that's in the Bible. Nobody made it up. It's in the Bible. So if you don't like it, too bad. Right?
That's what I would say.
Mm-hmm.
Question. Has the Most High changed? No. This is a need a verbal answer. Has the Most High changed? No, he never changed. The law, has it changed? Did Yahweh come to change the law? He came to fulfill it, right? So we ain't gonna let no man, woman, or child, organization, camp, or whoever give us a bugged out doctrine that allows us to deviate from thus saith the Most High, the Holy One of Israel. When we read out these scriptures ain't to be taken for granted. These scriptures ain't to be taken lightly. This is not something that we like to dance around. We take this very seriously. I heard my brother mention earlier in the scripture where it say, work out your soul's salvation with fear and trembling. Philippians 4:13. This ain't a game. You have people who will tell you that we are not capable of keeping the laws of the Most High based off the fact that we are quote unquote American citizens, which we're really not, but we.
I mean, technically you are.
Yeah, come on.
Technically, you are a citizen of the United States because you were born here, right? You were raised here. But as a nationality, right? We are not Americans, right? America was named after Italian natural America Vespucius, right? Leo Scipios Africanus, the guy that warred against the Hebrew Israelites, who? Hannibal the Great, right? So our lineage technically doesn't have anything to do with America in terms of who we are as a nation of people. But I cannot sit here and say I'm not a citizen of the United States because I have a social security card, I have a birth certificate, I have a driver's license, I have residence here, and I'm a natural born citizen or human being of this land, which the whole earth belongs to Israel. But even Paul was considered a Roman, right? So Paul was considered a Roman, but he came back and tell you, I'm from the stock of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and from the tribe of Benjamin. So we have to make sure that we say these things a way that, because young brothers are coming here and they're acting like, no, I'm not American, I'm not this, I'm not that, and I'm set apart, and that zealous spirit You know what I'm saying? It's good, but then you could isolate yourself and waste time and not handle your business that you need to be doing here in America. You're gonna have to do something, bro. That's just the fact and the reality of the matter, man. You know what I'm saying? So, we are citizens of the United States of America. If you're behind, get on a damn plane and get hijacked, and they be like, "Oh, we taking these American citizens," I guarantee your ass will say, "I am American." You know, American, I'm an American, buddy. You gonna be finished. People in America be like, "Damn, my citizen, we coming to get that." He was like, "No, don't touch it.
I'm not an American citizen. Hey, that's actually funny. I think because in bringing that out, I like that we able to bounce back off of that, and he was able to bring home the fact that yes, we are Israelites in American citizenship, but we are Israelites, and that's just our reality, people. You gotta understand that this is about who we are and what we are, and the operations there according to the word of the Most High. So we cannot let men try to have us deviate from what the Most High has put on us.
Jeremiah 30:17.
We go. Let's go.
I try to go aboard and damn hijacking or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Get on that damn plane and talk about, "We got you. I'm an American citizen, but you had state flight." It's like during the time of Paul. He said, "You can't touch it. Be a Roman citizen. Better not touch it." Remember that story, right? But he's like, "Hold up now. I ain't a Roman citizen, but he came out that Roman time." Paul wasn't walking around being an idiot. I'm not gonna be a damn idiot, but you can just take me and chop my damn head over there and that's funny. I'm an American citizen right now. It's the truth. It's not like it ain't the truth. You are an American citizen. You're not an American, like you go back to America. People give you an American Constitution, but you are American. We are Americans. Let's not say we're not, because that's going to be incorrect. So get caught up on that airplane, international travel.
Where you from?
Where
you from, kid? This is the book of Jeremiah, chapter 30 and verse 17. It says, "For I will restore health unto thee, and I will heal thee because of thy wounds, saith the Alahaya. Because they called thee an outcast, saying, This is Zion, who no man seeketh after."
Right. See? And nobody seeketh after us here in Babylon. We are what? Outcasts. Right? So we are a nation of people that has been outcast into a foreign land. Right? And this is all biblical prophecy. Deuteronomy 28, Leviticus 26. Right? All through the Bible. We're going to read this book. Right? So we are outcast in the foreign land. Right? Which the Bible tells you, 2 Ezra 6 and 54, believe it, right? That the whole world was made for Israel, right? The world itself, the planet Earth, belongs to the children of Israel. So that's crazy. Let's go back to let's go to Deuteronomy 10, and we're gonna go straight to Exodus 12, I believe. Right? We got a neighbor probably listening. That nigga telling out. God, I'm right now. Niggas be talking all that smack until the damn pressure come upon life. Then you represent the Most High, everything. I don't believe in no God. Soon you give you the judgment, the judgment shake you up. Oh, God, help me, Jesus, help the Lord. Wait, buddy, you said there was no God. Yeah, and then we was arguing, you gay. All of a sudden you a believer. You know what I'm saying? Like, go ahead.
This is the book of Deuteronomy.
Shamar, stop the fake crying. Go ahead.
"And now, Israel, what doth Yahweh require of thee, but to fear the Most High thy God, to walk in all his ways and to love him, and to serve Yahweh thy power with all thy heart and with all thy soul.
So here's a question.
When people want to know what do I got to do to be a son or a daughter of the Lord? Or what do I have to do to be an Israelite? A Hebrew Israelite, not a black Israelite. What do you have to do? Keep the Most High commandments. And now, O Israel, what does Yahweh thy power require of thee? What does the word require means? Order.
You said,
She got a bunch of cookies in her mouth now. Require. It says to have as a what's that? I gotta requisite like prerequisite, but a requisite or necessity, need or depend on, right? It says to demand or obligatory. I'm not saying that right, so now or appropriate, right? And I don't like saying words wrong, so obligatory, right? Let me see over here. Obligatory. All right, so let me just go back. That would be ashamed to be wrong. Required verb, mainly, it says to have need of, depend upon one. So we need to depend upon and want the laws, statutes, commandments of the Most High. Right? This is what's required of us. To have need, right? To make necessary or indispensable, to place under obligation. So the Bible says, and it reads, and now, O Israel, what does Yahweh thy power require of thee? Let's get some different words. Source. What says there? It says demand. This is a demand of you, Negro woman, right? This is the most I ask you, instruct you, compel, command, bid, enjoy, instruct, take, call for, intel,
Stand in need of.
stand in need of, desire, wish, right? All these different words, order. This is what the Most High want you to do, basically, if we put it in layman terms, right? It says, but to fear Yahweh thy power, that fear always here, to walk in his ways, not in your way, not in his way, my way, but his way. And to love him. See that? Love him. And what is love? How do you love him? By walking his way, keep his commandments. And to serve Yahweh thy power with all thy heart and with all thy soul. We read that in what? Mark 12 and 30. The two commandments, right? So that's where they get that from, right there. Right?
Verse 13, to keep the commandments of the Elohim and his statutes, which I command thee this day for thy good.
So it's good.
It's good for you to keep the Most High law, statutes, commandments. It's for us good. If you don't, then it's going to be for like what? Bad.
Verse 14, behold, the heaven and the heaven of heavens is Yahweh thy power. The earth also with all that therein is.
But the Most High let you know who he is. Right? I'm the heavens of heavens. Like, how many heavens was that? Was that like 3 heavens? Right? He said, behold, the heaven and the heaven of heavens is the Lord. Right? That's how bad I am, my friend. Understand that. Okay? Only Yahweh will have a delight in thy fathers to love them. And he chose their seed after them. Even you above all people, as it is this day.
You mean this day?
This day, as it is this day. We're reading it today. So it's the Shabbat day, right? So for you niggas that want to make the Most High, like Most High is timeless. This word is forever. So whatever you're reading, my friend, it's for you today.
Let's make it personal.
Right now. Right now, here and now. Okay? Understand that. Right? Don't let nobody tell you, well, this is the Old Testament. Oh, tell me what? The Old Testament. So what verse says you can't read the Old Testament? Now, where does the Bible say we not to deal with the law? These niggas making up stuff, man. All through the Bible it says law. Get out of here. They said, circumcise therefore the foreskin of your heart and be no more stiff-necked. Hard-headed, rebellious, can't take instructions, don't listen. Right? We have to listen to the father, right? The woman have to listen to the man, and the children have to listen to his parents, to their parents. It's order. If you stick that, then you're gonna get the judgment. I mean, that's just what it is. For Yahweh power is the God of gods. For Yahweh, God power is the power of gods, and the Lord, capital of lords. A great power, a mighty and a terrible, which regardeth not persons, nor taketh reward. The Most I don't care about who you or I think we are at all. So I don't care who thou art, right? Everybody can get it according to the Most High. Everybody can get it.
And we read that before in the scriptures, that's Deuteronomy 32:39, that he's an anybody killer. The ultimate simple. You know what I'm saying? Never has he been a respecter of persons to where you think that you're gonna get off with a slap on the wrist. There's plenty of accounts in the scriptures where you will see his hand moving to show, ladies and gentlemen, he is no respecter of persons. That's just what it is. We're about to tap into
Go to Exodus 1 right quick.
tap into these scriptures about Passover, y'all. Hopefully you guys that in our Facebook questions, hopefully y'all got some pen and paper without taking notes. If you have any questions, of course, you are free to dial in your put up, please don't be bugged out with it. There you go.
Read Exodus.
This is the book of Exodus, chapter 1, and we're starting at verse 1. Now these are the names of the children of Israel, which came into Egypt. Every man and his household came with Jacob. Reuben, Simeon, Levi, and Judah, Issachar, Zebulun, and Benjamin, Dan, Naphtali, Gad, and Asher, and all the souls that came out of the loins of Jacob were 70 souls, for Joseph was in Egypt already. And Joseph died, and all his brethren, and all that generation. And the children of Israel were fruitful and increased abundantly and multiplied and waxed exceeding mighty, and the land was filled with them.
Let me say something.
So the Israelites went down into Egypt, right? And there was 70 people. Came out the loins of Jacob for 70 souls. Right? But Joseph was in Egypt already, and Joseph died, and all his brethren, all that generation. So after they killed the Shechemites and things like that, Joseph went missing, and then they were able to go into Egypt during the famine, and that's when they discovered Joseph, and he realized that that was his son, and they moved and relocated to Egypt.
verse 8. Now there rose up a new king over Egypt, which knew not Joseph. And he said unto his people, Behold, the people of the children of Israel are more and mightier than we. Come on. Let us deal wisely with them, lest they multiply. And it comes to pass that when there faileth out any war, they join also unto our enemies and fight against us, and so get them up out of the land.
Hey, and you think they're not using that same strategy now? They could enlist our sons in their militaries and their armies, and now our daughters, right? Because they would not want us to join and lead with any other nation that may be against this society, this country, this government, right? And who do they use? But the black woman to make sure that she keeps her black sons in order. There's a book called Making of a Slave, the Woodlands Letter, right? And so what they did was took the strongest slaves of the plantations and they destroyed him in front of all the women, they emasculated him in front of her, the children, and the older men, and the younger men, right? And what they did was beat all the men almost half to death and watch them destroy the strong buck. They tie him to 2 horses, tar and feather him, right? Light him on fire, and then the horse was split in pieces in front of the women and children. And that was instant fear to our women that they would do anything to protect their daughters, right? I'm sorry, to protect their sons. And so they would teach the son to be in fear and fear. Don't be aggressive.
What's that word you use?
Don't be aggressive. Have this low pitched voice, right? Don't look them in their face, don't look them in their eyes, right? Be a good little slave, right? Go to school, get your green, those are things I used to say. Go to the military. Now, do we have problems that go in the military? Yes. But see, my thing is saying this is that Most High, Ezekiel 37 chapter, the Most High said he's resurrected his army, right? We don't have no military defense to defend our own community as so-called Black, Hispanic, and Native American people. We have no military. We don't have a militia. The militia that they started with NAFTA, we have that disappeared too. The NFAC, yeah. Right? I was showing all these videos on my channel, man. People thought I had time there. I'm saying I was just showing the world. You over the world? Go to Grandmaster Jay. Where's Grandmaster Jay?
He turned out to be a plant.
Right? You know what I'm saying? So that's the whole thing. They wanted to see how we would galvanize as a people. And we was doing it. Right? And we can still do it. It's something the movie called a spook that's sat by the door. Every militant or so-called nationalist or person that's about their people, or the feminists, or whatever you want to call it, should watch that movie. You watch it all kind of damn other movies. The spook that sat by the door. That's the brother that went into the system, inserted himself into the system, right, to learn the system, and then come back and teach his people. And so a lot of people get upset when they see brothers that go into the system and they call you a coon,
Sell out,
jigaboo, Uncle Tom. Yep. But it's the mindset, right? You're afraid to go into the system because you probably couldn't do it anyway, right? You see what I'm saying? I go to the system to get the information to bring it back to the community and say, hey, we can maneuver like this or we can maneuver like that. That would make me an Uncle Tom instead of Uncle Tom. That makes me smart. And I'm scared of life. Okay? So let's not play these games Especially when these young brothers come to the truth, you act like, oh no, I can't work for the system, I can't do this. But you're gonna have to work soon enough. Your ass gonna be on the damn side of the road with a sign. And both, we ain't gonna tolerate you too long talking about you doing the work. I'm doing the work. I'm gonna get a job, I'm doing the work. People been sitting on that game all week long. You ain't doing no damn work, bro. You barely read the Bible. You only doing the class on the Shabbat day. How many times you get to hit the highways and byways this on the Shabbat? What do you mean you doing the work? You're going to have to work. Right? So yeah, working, doing the spiritual work of the Most High, keeping these laws, statutes, commandments, right? Teaching the law, statutes, commandments. But you're still going to have to work a job. You still have to earn money. And that's just a fact. If you think you're going to live on Israel forever and ball out of control, you're going to find out sooner than later. Right? And this is what it is. All right? So, it says, what verse are we in? All right? And then I'll read a few. Therefore, they did set over them taskmasters to afflict them with their burdens, and they built for Pharaoh's treasure cities, pit-doms, and riches. Another reason I want to bring out that, if you go into this man's system, like some people went to the military, they get benefits, and all praise to go to the Most High, man. The Most High put you in a situation where you don't have to see a war, and you don't get killed in a war, and that you learn these skills to be able to bring back to the hood, bring back to your people. They have good benefits. I'm not going to say don't in terms of housing and certain programs they do have, right? So it's all through the spirit and power of the Most High. And when he decides when he want to move you to, maybe he did that before the truth. A lot of brothers in the military before the truth, right? I wouldn't go out in the truth, right? I'm too old anyway. I really thought about it. I did thought about it once, 2013. I'm like, now I'm about to go and become an officer because I have a degree. So if I go in, I'm an officer from the jump. But I'm going to go too old, right? You know what I'm saying? And so here's another thing I have about that. If you read Shabbat 26, 28, there's these two things that grieve my heart, and the third maketh me angry. A man of war and suffered poverty. So if you're a warrior and you go into this military, you should not be poor. A man of war and suffer poverty. Every man of our people, every man, period, that is in the military, then you should never suffer poverty. You gave the ultimate price, which is your life. So yeah, we have to give respect where respect is due, honor where honor is due. He said honor all men, right? So for these men to go out there and put their life on the line, knowing that they can die in combat and battle, you know what I'm saying? That's a whole different type of spirit. You feel me? See what I'm saying? So I don't want to be biased because whether it's this kingdom military or the army of Israel, they still going to be putting their life upon the line to defend their nation, their people, their women, their children, their substances, their resources. And that's just basic fundamental existence of mankind, right? So they didn't want us to multiply and then decide to go and lead with their enemies. But Psalm 83 tells you that they have made a league against the children of Israel. Ain't that something, right? Okay, so we're reading about since they was afraid that we was multiplying, had to go things. There's nothing new under the sun. That's what it says in Ecclesiastes 3, right? Men was having babies back then, right? Baby mamas and all type of stuff. Because why the Lord gave them all kind of laws and said, you can't do this like you did in Egypt. You can't marry your aunt. Because Moses' mother was his father's auntie. Moses was a child of an aunt and uncle. I mean, an aunt and a nephew. That was his father's aunt that he married. right? And so you Leviticus 18, he switched that, right? So if they was doing that in Egypt, and the Most High said, you're not going to do that what you did in Egypt, Leviticus the 18th chapter, right? So the Most High was, when they came out of Egypt, he had to reshape them spiritually within his law, statutes, commandments, because at a point in time they lost it. They lost things, right? Okay? And so even us as a people, we lost our culture here in Babylon the Great, learning the ways of the nations, the Gentiles. Jeremiah 10. So now we're coming back into the understanding of who we are as a people, and we still have to navigate in the system, but we can't figure it out yet. We have to have a balance. That's why the scripture says, be not over what? Righteous, why we destroy ourselves. Be not over wicked, why die before your time. Right? Until we are fully removed from this system, right? As a people, as a nation, where we can self-govern ourselves, we're going to always have challenges. We are always going to go through the ups and downs, right? We're always going to go through these things. That's just the fact, right? So they definitely don't want us to be in league with any other nation, and they don't want us to be in league with each other. Because anytime a black man can galvanize or gather a multitude of men, like the Million Man March, that's something that they're looking at. And if that person that's leading that charge ever switch to the Most High and the truth of who y'all, oh, it's war time, baby. Right? But they're not going to allow it to happen. They're going to kill us the leaders. But not when it comes to the children of Israel, because every brother is a leader. Every man and sister is called to prophesy of the people's Lord. That's Bible prophecy in Joel 2. Right? That your sons and daughters shall prophesy. So we are here telling the truth about who we are as a people. Right? So here in this bondage, in this Egypt, in this captivity, right? They set over us taskmasters to afflict them with their burdens, and they built for Pharaoh treasure cities, Python and Ramses. So my question is, the people that came over here and caused us places, did they have taskmasters?
They absolutely did. They absolutely did. And this is the dope part. You know that whole time while they was having taskmasters set over them, they was multiplying.
Right.
Their numbers were increasing. We talking about the slaves. The slaves' numbers, that did not stop them from reproducing and having more and more people. So our numbers definitely increased in that time.
And that's the point that I said earlier. They're not known as the sun. Our people was multiplied. They went there in 70, right? Souls, and they came out in millions. You know what I'm saying? Because scripture said like 600,000 years or something like that. So you know there's more women than men, and then you're not counting children, right? You see what I'm saying? So yeah, right? Nothing new under the sun. Same thing with multiplying today, just multiplying then. And we was in an Egyptian captivity that did not serve the power of Israel. Remember, there was a king that was not Joseph. So I know Joseph was giving him game, right? He was the governor, right? So after his reign was over, and another king that's an Egyptian king said, I don't know who you are.
Joseph who?
Right? Who are ours? So you the dang Hebrew slaves, you the Hebrews. And so now we're going to enslave you because you're getting too far in numbers and you ain't going to enjoy and leave with nobody else and conquer us. This is the beginning of Passover. This is the foundation of why we celebrate Passover. Okay?
We're at verse 12 of the first chapter of Exodus. But the more they afflicted them, the more they multiplied and grew. And they were grieved because of the children of Israel.
So regardless of the crack cocaine, the heroin, right? The weed, the AIDS academic, the COVID academic, whatever academic, the flu academic, paramusic academic, whatever the case is, the contraceptive thing and all that.
Planned Parenthood.
Planned Parenthood, murdering our children, the millions, our black women. We still here.
Multiplying.
Right? Everything that they was doing was to try to stop our numbers. But what's that white lady named? Margaret Sanger and them. When they was giving us shots and all type of things so we won't be hurt. Right? But the Most High controls everything at the end of the day. Go ahead.
Verse 13. And the Egyptians made the children of Israel to serve with rigor, and they made their lives bitter with hard bondage,
Bitter.
in mortar and in brick, and in all manner of service in the field. All their service, wherein they made them serve, was with rigor.
So what is this rigor? Let's go to the rigor, right? Right, and that's where we get the bitter herb from. This is the ceremony or the ritual that we do when we talk about
Strong's H 4843. Marer.
Right? And so it says to be bitter, to show bitterness, to make bitter, and bitter. It's strong with the bitter words. God damn. Bitter. This is the bitter world. So let me just look up this word right here. Always have a dictionary, man. You should always have that as a tool because you don't know every word, you know, pronounce every word. Some people's better than others. So I love the dictionary. But just treatment or action. How about that? They feel it's just from their perspective, right? From the taskmaster's perspective, it's just treatment or action. A severe or cruel circumstance, hardship, strictness, hardness, or severity of character, strictness in judgment or conduct, rigorism. And that's what we go through as a people. Black people get the most rigorous judgments in the judicial systems, right? Right? They come in, the white guy can have a gun, a machine gun, and they'll walk them down, talk them down. The Negro will have the AR-15 and they blow him down. We're not taking you in alive. We're gonna blow your black donkey behind the body. Shalom, good night.
No peace.
Rigor, right? Right? You stole some pizza, you third time offended. Life. Rap for you. I know somebody that just got into a physical fight with his aunt. Because she was going against the scripture, so they got an argument and they got to do a confrontation. And she pressed charges on him, and he already had 2 things. They gave him 20 years. He's doing the time right now. He just went up for appeals, and they denied his appeal. And he had to be in there since 2013. He's been there for a minute. And so he can't go back for another, we call it parole board for another 5 years. So that'd be almost, I believe, almost maybe like 15 years. He probably be in there total by that time or whatever the case. I don't know. Not sure. I'm just trying to give you something. But he got 20 years in the truth. And the brother is still hard body in the truth, man. Shout out to my aunt, man. You know what I'm saying? And he's out there teaching. He's saying that's crazy in this prison system, man. These Negroes are bugging. See? Y'all don't want to follow you young people out there. You young people in here, you don't have to listen. Because they got some phrases for those that don't want to listen. Go to prison. And you're going to become a full-fledged slave once you go to prison. All right? The 13th Amendment says we are 3/5 of a man. 3/5 of a man. Why? Because when the 13th colony, we had the situation with the North versus the South after the Civil War. They tried to restructure it. It was all about getting the 13 colonies together. That's what the war was about. We're not just about the slaves, right? Right? But the slaves was actually a part of it. It was used to help what? The North, the war against the South, right? And so once the war was over, they started to restructure the government, and they was coming up with what? The population. You get how many representatives for based on the population. And so the North was going to win, but the South was going to win if they were going to allow them to use the slave population. Right? So it's like, nah, you ain't considered them men or regular people before. Right? The blacks, you can't consider the blacks now to be a part of your population. Even though slavery, all that happened. They said, well, okay, this is what it is. You group them in a group of 5. Out of every group of 5, 3 will represent one group. That's when you get 3/5 of a man. 3/5 of a man. Right? And when you get incarcerated, your behind is a slave. You are now a slave. You go to jail, they put them handcuffs on. You know you are a slave because you got chains on. And you behind a steel bar. You can't get out. You're not going to turn into Aquaman. You're not going to turn into Invisible Man. You ain't going to be Superman. You ain't going to turn into Incredible Hulk.
You in there.
You in there stuck like Chuck. Stuck. There's people stuck right now, we know. Stuck.
Can't get out. Won't probably get out. Can't get out.
Right? You see what I'm saying? Choices. That's why we better learn these laws, statutes, commandments of the Most High. That's why we better learn how to control our anger. Because any moment you can lose control and let your anger, your spirit carry you to a place you don't want to be. And then you can't expect anybody to feel too bad for you for too long. And you better honor and respect those that's in your corner. Because nobody has to be in nobody's corner. No, nobody. Okay? When a lion pride, we look at a lion's pride. And when that lion cub, first of all, he's going to kill the female, the other male's lion cub. Even if he let it roam for a second, you see a video, he just jumped on a cub, broke him. They're going to be their own seed. But even when their own seed gets to the point where you want to roar louder than me, you don't want to die. Now, you up out of here. You're going to see what it really means to be on your own. Okay? This is life. Nobody has to take care of nobody for real. If you want to think about it, like on some animalistic stuff. We got men that's acting like they're animals by impregnating women and disappearing. They disappear. They don't take care of their children. They don't raise them. They don't be a model for them. Right? You have women that have children and disappear. They throw them in the system. Right? They leave them with grandma. Back in the day, grandma was there taking care of all the children, seemed like.
Nowadays, they leave them in the apartment by themselves.
In the news, the lady with the 314, they doing that. We did the music video for Can't Stop the Rain, and they dropped on that day, 314, and the woman, Shaquita, she had 4 of her children in there. One raised from 8 months, the oldest was 8 years old. And you had 4, 5, she went over there to party. And somebody blew the whistle, and her mom was sitting right down in jailhouse. Boom, creature. You will leave the 8-month baby in the crib, go party with the other 3 kids. Right?
That must be a heck of a day, boy, for you to leave your small, minor children by themselves. Clearly, it must have had to been worth it because look at you now.
Yeah, you
look at you now, Creature.
But we have to get drinks.
You feel me? You can't have it in jail.
No drinks.
No drinks in there.
Ain't no Carolina.
You might can make you some hooch. You can't make no Terramanas, no Don Julio, no Casamigos.
You don't.
No food. You get none of that in jail. Not unless you know some bootleggers or something. You ain't getting none of that. Where are we? We are
back in Exodus. Let's read that through. Go ahead.
Right. It says verse 15 of the first chapter of the book.
So it says the bitter part. I want to say that. That's where we eat the bitter herb.
What's that? The horseradish? The real hot one though. There can be any bitter herb, something real hot to make your tears drop. You know what I'm saying? Make your tears drop. You need the one that make your tears drop. Right? Because they was in tears, and our ancestors was in tears in America and in Egypt and whatever bondage they was in. It was bitter.
Verse 15. And the king of Egypt spake to the Hebrew midwives, of which the name of one was Shiphrah, and the other named Puah.
Shout out to Shiphrah. Mother back. Go ahead.
And he said, when ye do the office of a midwife to the Hebrew women, and see them upon the stools, if it be a son, then ye shall kill him. But if it be a daughter, then shall she live.
Wait. Kill the boy?
So they're commanded to kill the boys, but not the girls. Wow. Are you listening? Put that book down. What did I just say this now? I thought we were talking about being attentive. If you don't have the Bible in your hand, don't have nothing in your hand. Read that again.
We're at verse 15 of the first chapter of the book 8. And the king of Egypt spake to the Hebrew midwives, of which the name of one was Shiphrah, and the name of the other Puah. And he said, when ye do the office of a midwife to the Hebrew women, and see them upon the stools, if it be a son, then ye shall kill him. But if it be a daughter, ye shall she live.
Why do you think they're saying to kill the boys, but not the girls? Raise your hand. Well, I see you was in school, not listening. Nothing. You probably stayed in the office. Why do you think children and teens, why do you think that the king of Egypt made a proclamation to kill the boys versus the girls? That's like Donald Trump right now making a decree that said kill all the boys that's born. All the black boys. Right? Kill them all. Don't kill the girls, but kill the boys. Why do you think they would do it? Why? You want to relate? You don't know. Why do you think, Julie? I don't know. Why do you think the Marley? Janaya. I'm doing your move. Why do you think, Janaya? Why do you think the king is saying kill all the Hebrew boys and not the Hebrew girls? What about you, Kakamo? Come on, get the mic.
Don't stand in front of the camera. Just go on outside over there and get it to you. A baby? I know. I don't want you to answer nothing. No. Paryasha, you want to answer? Put it to my Paryasha mouth. She's like, this thing old. All right, give me the mic. Paryasha, get her Debo, little Debo. Bring me the mic back. Where's Shamar at? Give him.
Why they want to kill the boys? Prophetically, they're thinking about the leaders. The leaders and the warriors come from the men. Okay? You want to listen. Now look.
Oh, yeah, let me hear what you got to say. Go ahead. Put the mic closer.
They want the Hebrews to overtake things. They believe that they were mightier.
Oh, y'all should chill out, little girl. Debo. Shebo, boy.
She's both for real. Okay? Yeah, she can go. She can go. You stay. So she can go. You stay. You ain't gotta take it nowhere. So they wanted to kill the men because the men is the threat. I'm sorry for females, you're not the threat. You're only the threat when you're beside your man. That's when you're a threat. We're gonna see an example of that. Right? So let's kill all the boys because the warriors, the people that go to war is the boys, the young men. You're enlisted into the army, right? And trained and raised to be warriors. Okay? This girl be acting like this is so crazy. Like she bold. Right? And so they looking for a leader, so we gonna kill the male child. That's why all the black men is locked up in prison. That's why all the negative music is targeted to them, the drugs, everything is targeted to our sons. Because they're the threat. You females are not the threat. That happened in Rome as well when Herod decreed to kill all the firstborn, kill all the sons. I mean, we're reading the Bible. Does it make sense? Because the enemies can reproduce without those.
A lot of divesting going on in the nation of Israel.
If they kill our sons off, then they take our women in their neighborhood and reproduce themselves.
They don't call it Planned Parenthood for nothing.
Parent Planned. So understand this, brothers, you're a threat. And if our sisters do not stand with us, right? She also, she do not stand with us, she's against us, right? So she becomes a threat to us. But if you stand with us, you become a threat to our enemies, right? Okay? So this was going on. And the king of Egypt spoke to the Hebrew midwives, of which the name of the one was Shipporah, and the name of the other was Puah. And he said, when ye do the office of a midwife, and that's the one that delivered the babies, to the Hebrew women, not none of the other people that was in Egypt, just talking about these Hebrews. Because all the people was in this land, right? And see them upon the stools. If it be a son, then ye shall kill. We gonna make the Israelite women kill their own people. Right? And where was these Planned Parenthood things located? Right in the hood. But if it be a daughter, then she shall live. But the midwives feared Yahweh, and did not, as the king of Egypt commanded them, but saved the children alive. That's salvation. Saved. They had a decree, a death sentence upon these unborn children, right? And the midwives saved them. That's an example of saving or salvation or deliverance, a redemption, right? So when we talk about the Gentiles are not going to be saved, we have to understand the context. The salvation is rulership for the children of Israel. That's our saving. That's our salvation. That is our redemption. Right? There's going to be heathens and Gentiles going to be saved from what? Death. And they're going to be reserved for what? Captivity. Simple. Why do we have to make it hard? I don't understand why it's hard. I understand. I understand why it's hard. It's simple to me.
See, it's pretty simple. It's not that difficult.
Exodus 1, 18. And the king of Egypt called for the midwives and said unto them, why have you done this thing and have saved the men children alive? So there's your example of a save, right? Everything should be in the context to get the understanding, right? And the midwives said unto Pharaoh, said unto the king, said unto Trump. Now Trump ain't make that decree. Now I'm just being joked, right? Because the Hebrew women are not as the Egyptian women. So there's a comparing contrast. Egyptian women versus Israel, Hebrew women. And they are lively and are delivered, and the midwives come in onto them. Right? So the Israelite women are lively. Therefore, the Most High dwelt with the midwives, and the people multiplied and waned and waxed very mighty. So when he made this decree that all the women that had that position to deliver the children, that was an occupation. They had a society, right? They had a great city, they had construction, they had all types of things, just like America, right? But they didn't, because we had our own land in Turkey. We had our own little city of the case was. And we didn't do that. Our women did not do that. They didn't go to Planned Parenthood like these women today are throwing the children, clipping and tying, burning the fallopian tube, the follower, finishing it, so you won't have no more children because you still want to be active. Won't you just wait till the menstrual cycle? Won't you just wait? Right? Exodus 1:21. And it came to pass because the midwives feared Yahweh that he made them houses. And Pharaoh charged all the people, saying, every son that is born ye shall cast into the river, and every daughter ye shall save alive.
Second attempt at Planned Parenthood.
So now he made another decree. Right? We don't need the midwives. We're going to execute them. Like the brother said, parent parenthood. There's nothing new under the sun. Type in how many babies was hold on.
Now we're gonna do a little research. By the time it's how many babies were killed under the Planned Parenthood, is that what we're talking? And you know one thing about numbers don't lie. The numbers don't lie, ladies and gentlemen. This is data.
Hopefully I can find it. I mean, it's not like I had it. But yo, let's go to Exodus. If I can't find it, let's go to Exodus 12. Let's go through there.
All right, so we about to jump over to Exodus 12. Everybody say Exodus. All right, we are looking at when the Pesach or Passover was instituted by Yahweh. Now, after the backstory, Moses was raised up, brought back into the land of Egypt after he had left, killing an Egyptian servant, slave master. For those that know the story, then of course 10 plagues. The final being that the firstborns and all the people in Egypt died, but we had to follow what we were supposed to do in order so when the Most High passed over the houses, when he seen a specific thing on the doors, we passed over us. We wouldn't see the death angel. All right, so we about to read this.
Read that right there, what she gave us. I'm gonna read this right
quick.
When you do that.
Go ahead.
The exact number of baptisms were by Planned Parenthood exact number. It's not publicly known because of abortion statistics. statistics are typically reported and I don't know what's wrong. I can't pronounce words today. Right.
Aggregate.
Aggregate and not by specific provider or broken down and fine demographic detail. However, here's what is known. National Board of Statistics, according to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention (CDC), which publishes annual reports and civilian reports, Black women in the U.S. have a disproportionately higher rate of abortion compared to white and Hispanic women. A disproportionately higher rate. Let's look at what that word means here. What does that word mean? What does that word mean? All right. Come on now. We trying to see whose side you're on. Oh, they put it over here because they ain't really here. Okay, let me get it over here right quick. DISPORPO. Yeah, bro.
Pro.
Yeah. Okay, here we go. Everybody can say it now, right? Disproportionate. Yes. Oh, let's do this. Disproportionately, right? And it says out of proportion, unequal, basically. Boom, unequal. It's not equal. It's not equal. All right? As in size or number. And so, Black people supposedly be the minority. Right? So, in this information I'm reading here, it says, for example, in 2020 CDC report, Black women accounted for around 39%. What? 39% of reported abortions, while they represent about 13% of the U.S. female population. That means what? 87% of the women are not Black women, but they have a 39% abortion rate. That's wickedness. That's wickedness. About Planned Parenthood. Planned Parenthood is a large provider of reproductive health services, including abortions in the U.S., but it performs a fraction of total abortions nationally. Estimates vary, but it's typically cited as providing around 30 to 40% of all abortions in the U.S. annually. That's like I'm talking about. Come on, Black women, we got this right here. Come on. Right? Planned Parenthood does not publicly release detailed racial breakdowns of the patients who receive abortions at their clinics. We know who it is. Stop. Just stop it. Now, what does that, what you got right here?
All right, get this right here. This says, since the 1973 Roe versus Wade ruling, an estimated over 63 million abortions have occurred in the United States. Here's a more detailed breakdown. The 1973 Supreme Court decision in Roe versus Wade legalized abortion nationwide. One analysis estimates that over 63 million abortions have taken place in the U.S. since that ruling. The number of abortions peaked in 1990 at 1.6 million and then experienced a sustained decline for nearly 30 years, falling to 885,000 in 2017. In 2019 and 2020, the long-term trend started to reverse, with the number of abortions rising to 930,160 in 2020, marking an 8% increase from 2017. Organizations like the Gut Marker Institute and the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, the CDC, track abortion data.
Oh man, it's up there. Rob is interrupted because someone's calling. Okay. Yeah. Can audio isn't broadcasting finished? Goodness. Press finish there. On the other side, because I want you to finish. You really can. Press down. You up there? Press down. Now go back. Press the video button. Down there. Press the video button. That's the video. Okay. That's the video button. Okay. And press go live. All right, we're still streaming. Buddy. Oh, buddy. All right, we're still going. Keep that on, Steve. Yeah, so let's go. Let me make sure that we are back up and going. Going. All right, let's see. Just 1, 2, 1, 2. Yeah, we're still cooking. Let's read Exodus. Let's go.
All right, this is the book of Exodus, chapter 12. And the Elohim spoke unto Moses and Aaron in the land of Egypt, saying, This month shall be unto you the beginning of months. It shall be the first month of the year to you. Speak ye all to all the congregation of Israel, saying, In the 10th day of this month, they shall take to them every man a lamb, according to the house of their fathers, a lamb for an house. And if the household be too little for the lamb, let him and his neighbor next unto his house take it according to the number of the souls. Every man according to his eating shall make your account for the lambs. Your lamb shall be without blemish, a male of the first year. You shall take it out from the sheep or from the goats, and you shall keep it up until the 14th day of the same month, and the whole assembly of the congregation of Israel shall kill it and eat it. And they shall take the blood and strike it on the 2 side posts and on the upper door post of the house, wherein they shall eat it. And they shall eat the flesh in that night.
What verse you in?
We're at verse 8.
You're going. I'm sorry. Can you read it again? I was distracted.
Well,
I can read it and give you a break.
Exodus 12:1. And Yahweh spoke unto Moses and Aaron in the land of Egypt, saying, This month shall be unto you the beginning of months. It shall be the first month of the year to you. So our first month of the year is not America's first month of the year. Our first month of the year is not January. All right, January is named after the Roman guard court king. Right? He lives in the future and in the past. We have nothing to do with that. The Bible tells us we are supposed to be entry for the name of another. Okay? So we're not dealing with January. When the Father wasn't born on December 25th, January is not the beginning of the year. Right? We are now into the beginning of the year, which is spring. There's a time and season for all things. There's a season. We have 4 seasons. We have what? Winter, spring, summer, fall. Winter, spring, summer, fall. Right? We are not no longer in winter. My birthday was the beginning of the first day of spring. March 20th, first day of spring. So we are now officially in the spring season. Okay, right? Everything sprung forth. New year. Everything is springing forth. Leaves are, flowers are blooming, grass is blooming, animals is coming out, insects, all these different things. We are in the new year, right? And so it's telling us, verse 2, this month shall be unto you the beginning of months. It shall be the first month of the year to you, right? Okay? Speak ye unto the congregation of Israel, saying, in the 10th day of this month, right? So the 10th day of that first month, okay, we're supposed to do something. And we having a study, this is a study, and we all can get edified, you know, ourselves. And the first month, I'm gonna look up a bid in the Bible dictionary, Compact Bible Dictionary, and it says a bid, right? I just had it. A bid means the ear of corn. So that's we're supposed to be planting our vegetables, right? It says the pre-exile name for the first month of the year. Actually 34, 23, 15, 34, 18. After the exile, the name was changed to Nisan. So then we also had the first month called Nisan at a particular time. And it fell about that time of our March and April. On March and early April. So we are now coming into the month of April, right? That's just what it is. Okay? So not January. Okay? And it says, Exodus 23, speak unto all the congregation of Israel, saying, and the 10th day of this month they shall take to them every man a lamb according to the house of their fathers, a lamb for one house. So at this particular time, we was able, because we was agricultural people, we didn't have the Walmart, Costco, Sam's Club, right? We didn't have no grocery store. We had farmland. We had livestock. So we can go grab a lamb from our farm, right? Wherever we had our, in our livestock, right? So of course, it's not the same as here in this Babylonian system where they had what? They had, what's the word? The Industrial Revolution killed us being farmers, right? And living off the land, right? And having our own fruits and vegetables and our own livestock, our own fowls, right? And this is a system all over the world. It's not just here in America, it's everywhere. It's in Peru, it's everywhere. It's in Brazil, it's in Africa. They major cities that they made. Obadiah goes into this, right? So everybody is going through this, right? But does it mean that we don't rehearse the righteous acts? Does that mean we don't memorialize the things that the Lord said? Well, we gonna let the Bible speak, because the Bible, the Lord would have said, "Hey, except in captivity, don't keep my law." If it says that, then I'm gonna say nothing more about it. I will classify it everything. If there's a statement in the Bible that says, except, when you're in captivity, don't worry about keeping my law.
Book, chapter, verse.
I want to see that. I want to see that.
Show me.
I need to see that. I need to see that. Right? So the 10th day. So what we're going to do, right? I have two options. Costco have whole lamb and goat. Right? If I could get a live lamb or goat, right? Then we go to Costco. And we go get a whole lamb or goat. Right? Now, maybe brother is going to go buy the rack of lamb or whatever the case is. I don't care what type of lamb that you purchase to memorialize the commandment of the Lord. Because Hamashiach Yahushua became ultimately our lamb, our Passover, right? But he also says, do this in remembrance of me.
So here's my
I don't care about what God says, right? But we already know where we're going to end up and be at. And if we're coming back to understanding who we are, coming back to the understanding of the Lord's statute commandments, and we be thinking ourselves, we can read that 1 Chronicles 6, 1 Kings 8. We're supposed to come back with all our heart and all our soul and do the things that's pleasing to him. And you think us memorializing what the Father did through our King, right? Broke through the pillar of fire and the cloud, right? Deliver us out of Egypt by the hands of our enemies. Part the Red Sea and did all the wonderful praise and all these different things he did for Israel. And we are too comfortable or too lazy to sit there and say, yeah, we're going to keep this memorial. But you love the Lord. If you don't want to keep it to yourself.
You don't want to keep
Hey,
it.
if you don't want to keep it to yourself. Don't go blow a damn false alarm and say you can't keep it because you're not keeping it. Right? See, that's word of wisdom, word of encouragement. When you anti-pastor over the lights, you don't keep that law, then how many other laws you don't keep? You don't keep that. You don't keep Shabbat. You might don't keep the first law. You might not do this. You might not do that. Right? If you ain't keeping that feast day, you ain't keeping no feast day. All feast days is off the table. Let's just be honest. Right? So that's what y'all like. That's what y'all on. That's who you want to associate with. That's who you want to affiliate with. And affiliate with them. The most I got you written down in this book. That's just that. Okay? Let me finish that first. I'll catch up to you because I actually read over. Verse 3 speak, go to all the congregation. It is said, the 10th day of this month, they shall take to them every man a lamb according to the house of their father, a lamb for a house. And if the household is be too little for the lamb, let him and his neighbor next onto his house take it according to the number of souls. Every man according to his eating shall make your account for the lamb. So you can't be stingy. You can't be stingy. It's not a stingy memorial or holy day. Your lamb should be without blemish, right? A male of the first year, you should take it out from the sheep or from the goats. So we can't keep it out. We don't got no place to. We don't got no goats, no sheep to do this, huh? Yes, we do. But we do have the Messiah, the Messiah. And he became our sacrificial lamb for sins, right? And he still said, keep the Passover. Do it in rooms of me. Hmm? Because this is the argument. And I'm about to put some stuff in a second, right? Verse 6. You got promise. The promise had a lot of money.
How do you know it's a year old? How do you know? How do you know? No one knows. No one knows.
But the funny thing is, the brother I was hosting in Georgia, he was hosting the Passover. We just went to the store and pick up what he was picking. Tastes good to me. Celebrating the fellowship, right? Good thing we are rehearsing the righteous acts of Moses. And it was the grace of Hamashiach. Thank him. Because if we was under the grace of niggas, we finished. Okay? Right? Verse 6. And ye shall keep it up until the 14th day of the same month. And the whole assembly of the congregation of Israel shall kill it in the evening. So very interesting is that you need to get this lamb on the 10th day of the first month, right? On the 10th day of the month, you get the lamb. On the 14th day of the same month at even, 14th day at even, 14th day at even. The evening of the 14th day was going into the 15th day. Kill the lamb or kill the goat. Right? How do you kill a goat? Thank you for Hamashiach Yahweh. So, I mean, you know, I want to do that. I don't know buy a goat. I don't know how you stab them up. Yeah.
And then what? Brothers will still try to say we going off.
Right.
Brothers will still try to say
No matter what
we're
you
going off. So we're not doing the rehearsal of the righteous acts to please niggas.
bring it out.
We not listen. This was a thing at one time. Rehearsing the righteous acts of the Most High and rehearsing the righteous acts of the Most High, two different things, but it's the same thing. And we not keeping days and times that the Most High mandated to please no nigga
Or nigger.
or nigger. Plural. Okay?
A whole bunch of niggas. Right? No,
I just limit nobody. Because I'm not shooting at nobody in particular. At all. Anybody that's speaking against the law, statute, commandments, you get the same word. Just understand that. Because ain't nobody got that much power or authority to influence the whole community of Hebrew Israelites any damn way. So why would I have when I just target one man for real? I don't have to do none of that. I'm talking about the Bible, the word of the Most High. You understand that? If you don't want to keep the law, statute, commandments, that's your damn business. That's just simple. I'm not going to broadcast and make a class and say, don't do this, don't do that, don't do this, don't do that, because I choose not to do it. Why would I have to do that? I'm going to be trying to create my own culture.
Start my
own congregation. I want people to follow me.
And not the Most High.
And not the Most High, because I'm saying this because I believe and I'm saying this is wrong and I'm there. So follow me.
Like and subscribe to my channel.
Right? I don't even think I even say that.
None of us say that. We know the ones that say it. We ain't saying no names. We
I didn't even say that. Like it or not, I'm done. Whether you like or don't like, or comment or don't comment, the one that the Most High want to hear this word is going to come to the light of the Most High. That's just that. You know when people come to me and say, hey, oh, praise, brother, I came to the truth for you. The Most High used me. I said, oh, praise to the Most High. That's it.
just know what it is.
I got millions of views on my one YouTube channel. Millions. And I don't have half my videos up because I don't got my street teaching videos up because they're ready to flag. So anybody out there that want to talk about what they do in the nation of Israel, they'll walk. Hey, fam, you better really look at the river, man. You know what I'm saying? Like real talk. And that's just one channel that I have. I have plenty of channels that they took down. Right? My Hebrew Israelite teaching resume is extensive, buddy. Right? I'm not the little French fry out here. And niggas think they can blow on me. You know what I'm saying? Like, do shoot shot. It's all good. I'm for it. I'm always ready, man. The spirit to slap somebody in their damn face. It is what it is. Right? But anyway, we gonna keep the feast daily. Period. And all you spy alike, I'm gonna spy and go back and you know, try to get things roused up.
Keep watching me.
Talking about your lamb should be without blemish, and male of the first year, you should take it out from the sheep or from the goats. We can eat goat. Well, you niggas that don't want to eat goat, I'll eat goat. I'm gonna have goat and lamb. I don't want both. Right? And you should keep it until the 14th day of the same month, and the whole assembly of the congregation of Israel shall kill it in the evening, and they shall take up the blood and strike it on the two side posts and on the upper door post of the house, and they shall eat it, and they shall eat the flesh in that night. For all you veganites, Don't want to eat the meat. You know, we're reading our Bible, the book of the Lord. Ezekiel 34:16, we're reading. And he tells us that we will eat the goat or the lamb. So these Negroes that came out with the doctrine and trying to say we don't have to eat meat for Passover, we don't have to actually eat the lamb, you are a liar. The Messiah sent out the disciples to go get his actual lamb.
He's about to go get some cabbage.
Stop it. And you tell me to get a bogus book and try to use that to supersede the scriptures, only a total idiot will follow that. I don't care about what that book says at all. What is this book? I've never seen this in grandma's house. I've never seen this book nowhere. It popped out of nowhere. You know what I'm saying? I'm supposed to omit the Bible for your VeggieTales. No, nobody is following you in your VeggieTales but an idiot. And it's just straight like that. I don't care who that are. You are a liar, a devil, a deceiver. Point blank period. Right? Exodus 12:8. And they should eat the flesh in that night roast with fire. Roasted, baby. Right? And unleavened bread and with bitter herbs they shall eat it. That's the ceremony. He's giving us the instruction. Eat out of it raw, nor sodden and over water. No stew. No stew goat. Right? No curry goat. But roast with fire, his head with his legs, and with the purpose thereof. And ye shall let nothing of it remain until the morning. And that which remain of it until the morning ye shall burn with fire. So that's what the brother says. Hey, you ain't gonna do that. You ain't gonna do that. You ain't doing that. Thank the Most High for sending his only begotten Son, Mashiach Yahweh. Thank the Father. Thank the King. But there are brothers, and we have done this, especially me being in St. Louis, Missouri, almost every year we had a whole lamb. Right? When I first met, when me and my real first got together over here, we went to Ron's house. I got with the program. They had the damn goat in the hot box. Right? You know what happened to us? And 6'9" always had 6'9" be the one that be preparing the damn lamb. When he came out here, we had the whole lamb on the grill. I got the videos. Right? So did that not brother that went to the store and got the lamb chops or selling the lamb? They keep it, they memorialize it the feast day. Period. Verse 12. Matter of fact, verse 10. And ye shall let nothing of it remain until the morning, and that which remain of it until the morning ye shall burn with fire. So the feast day begins in the evening, like Jesus said, the evening. So obviously, the evening it begins a new day. And I'm talking about 24-hour period. Understand the difference. There's a day that's called night and a day that's called day. Right? So when you take this lamb, Janaya, the Kama, and we roast it and cook it, you can't have leftovers. You can't take a plate home and then try to eat it tomorrow. So when that sun come up, you burn everything. Okay? Burn everything up. So if you mess around, you don't get a plate, and you wake up in the morning, you're like, oh, there's no more lamb. Nope. We burnt it. So you got someone who's there smelling good, looking good, and everything. Right? Hey, Brother Malak, man, you got twisted last night, man. We tried to give you some lamb. You wanted some extra lamb, right? Right? And it says in verse 11, and thus shall ye eat with your loins girded, your shoes on your feet, and your staff in your hand, and ye shall eat it in haste. It is Yahweh's Passover. Yahweh's Passover. Not E37 Ministries Passover. Not the RSUPK Passover. Not the House of Israel Passover. It's not your Passover. It's Yahweh's Passover. Take your name out of it. We're keeping the Passover. It's not RSUPK Passover. I don't read that this now in the Bible. I don't read that. I read verbatim.
KJV, right?
That's it. That's the Passover. Negroes come to make the Passover their Passover. So they come to make money off the Passover. They want to say the government is called crazy. They want to say that.
Well, I kept the Passover and the fill in the blank kept Passover t-shirt.
Fill in the blank Passover. $59.99. Now I can get, I can understand, y'all coming together, this whole congregation, strong, what's the word? Everybody gathering and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? But you don't have to make a poster and say, this is the RSUPK, or this is the House of Israel, or this is the Sons of Thunder, or this is the Be Light of Fire. It's your house Passover. Okay? That's just what it is, man. I get it. I fell into the Army of Israel Passover. I got the picture of the damn Army of Israel Passover and all of that. So I'm not going to say I never did it. But you got people that say it's their Passover and nobody else can come to the Passover. Now, you on that type of time for real, you really are.
Yeah, that's bullshit.
You're the part of our congregation of school. And if you show up, you got to wear our t-shirt.
That ain't in the scriptures. I ain't seen that nowhere.
Nah. So this is the actual first Passover in captivity. The first Passover. Now, I want to read something. Okay. I'm going to my source here. I ain't telling you my source. Get your own sources. Right? I want you to do the honors and read a couple of things here. And we can also go, of course, we want to. Right? Should I wait a little bit? I'll wait a little bit. Till I read this.
Why you get that, though?
I already got this right now. You know what I'm saying?
I did. Yeah. I just wanted to point out that verse 11, this was also the first dining dash. Did you see that? Verse 11, where Satan's supposed to be loaded, your loins girded, shoes on your feet, staff in hand. That's because they was moving around after the meal. This was the first dining dash, people. Eat it hasty. Hurry up. You got to go. Captivity is almost up. This was what was taking place. And the Most High was giving us specific instructions on how to keep this. How you know?
And we left out of Egypt. Not in the morning. We didn't leave in the morning.
When did we leave?
We left at night. The death angel, we're going to read that. It's right here. It's right in this chapter. Negroes going to read right. They just missed it. We left that night out of Egypt. Let's read. Especially these captains about the day begins. There were daytime hours, but the 24-hour day begins at the evening. It's like in America, 12:01 a.m. is the beginning of the day. They just cut the night in half. So if they telling you if the day begins and it's still dark, why we can't say it begins some hours before that? He gave it to Esau. But we say something. That's crazy. All right. Feast of unleavened bread. You want to look at that?
All right, we're still in the book of Exodus chapter 12. And we're at verse 14. And this day shall be unto you for a memorial.
Oh, what is it? Let's see what a memorial is.
Let's see what a memorial is.
Because it's defining.
This particular day is a memorial. So what does a memorial mean? Matter of fact, I'm going to ask y'all. Anybody know what memorial means before we get the definition? Memorial. It says something, I guess not. Something such as a monument or holiday intended to celebrate or honor the memory of a person or an event. What's the process? What's the event? The Israelites come out of Egypt by the hands of who? The Father, Yahweh.
What is their memorial?
It's a memorial.
Are we rehearsing the righteous acts?
Of course, we rehearse the righteous acts. We declaring and praising the victory and war against our enemies, the Egyptian, and the deliverance of the children of Israel, because the Most High wanted us to do what? Exodus 5:1 right quick. Headshot. Sit down, keep your mouth closed. Let's talk about.
Let's go. This is the book of Exodus chapter 5 and verse 1. And afterward, Moses and Aaron went in and told Pharaoh, thus says Yahweh, the power of Israel, let my people go, that they may hold a feast unto me in the wilderness.
In the wilderness, have a feast unto me in the wilderness. Let my people go. That they may come keep the Passover, the tabernacles, first fruits, new moons. Right? Before they were delivered, they were already ready. What are we talking about? Before we even learn Pharaoh's heart. No, it's not. For this purpose, I rose up Pharaoh. What are we doing here? But so the memorial is a holiday. That's our holiday. We're not over. That's our holiday. We're supposed to memorial is a memory from the word memory. We're remembering why we can't remember, why we can't celebrate, why we can't feast, why we can't drink, why we can't come together and praise and thank the Most High in song, right? In conversations.
Why? How?
So we just gonna come together and just speak about that. The Lord deliver us out of Egypt. The Red Sea plagues.
Thank the Lord.
Thank the Lord.
Put on some NBA young boy.
Shalom. Hey, come on, man. Stop it. Just stop. Just say you don't want to keep it. That's it. You know what I'm saying? Just keep it to yourself. If you don't want to keep the feast days, keep it to yourself. Please don't make a post. Don't make a post. I'm going to jump on your post. For real. I'm going to cut your head off. Jump on your post. I'm jumping on your post. They be ready now. Do a post right down here. No, there you go. Do something.
Verse 15. What was the verse
14.
And this day shall be unto you for a memorial, and you shall keep it a feast unto Yahweh throughout your generation.
Stop. What does generation mean? Let's go there.
Let's go. Keep it out to your generation. How long is a generation? Anybody know this? Somebody raise their hand or somebody just call it out. It says the people born and living about the same time considered as a group. The average interval of a time between the birth of parents and the birth of their offspring. All of the offsprings that are on the same stage of descent from a common ancestor, they would have to give Jacob. and the 12 patriarchs. Right? That's the generation that was given into the text, right? A former stage in the life cycle of an organism. The formation of a line of a geometric figure by movement. So the point is this, right? Let me go over here. The act or process of bringing into being production or reproduction, especially of offspring. So here's the question. Is there still people here now? You're back from Egypt. Is there still people living now from Egypt? Is there still people living that is part of the generation from Egypt? Yes. Throughout your generation, the Israelites is still here. And if you're picking up the Bible and trying to insert yourself in the Bible, right? Then you must be keeping these memorial days and these feast days. Don't pick up our records or our book or this book, and then you don't want to do what the book says.
We'll say a lot.
Put the book down. It doesn't resonate with you. It doesn't work with you. It ain't filling you. You need filling you.
Got some type
The
of
most filling you.
reservation in it. Just put it down.
Just put it down. Okay, don't come over here and grab a book and keep Christmas. Don't come and grab the book and put on your pink outfit to go to Easter church on Sunday, which is not the Shabbat. Stop it. Yeah, leave it alone, man. Just do your own thing. Do and stop with it. Okay? Period. So generation, there's no end of the people, the Bible says. In Ecclesiastes 2, I believe it is. There's no end of the people. There's no end of those generations. Okay? Now let's let the book say it. Start from the top.
And this day
Exodus 12 and 14.
shall be unto you for a memorial.
Like Memorial Day, we have a Memorial Day, a memory.
Memorial Day weekend. A lot of niggas be getting, oh, I got to wear white because it's Memorial Day weekend.
Go ahead.
And it shall be unto you for a memorial, and ye shall keep it a feast to the Alahayim throughout your generations. Ye shall keep it a feast by ordinance forever.
For how long?
Forever.
Nah, brother, you lying on the
Everybody say forever. This
forever?
is another thing.
Forever?
Forever.
Forever?
Forever.
Forever?
Forever. Hey, he say forever.
Strong's H5769. Olam. Olam.
Let's see how long that is, brother Paul.
Long duration, antiquity, futurity, forever, ever. No, you bring that there. You can take full. Everlasting, evermore, perpetual. Ooh, ancient word, ancient. So, forever, always. Even if you ain't got the land in the backyard. Forever you're supposed to memorialize this Negro. I don't care what you people say. If you don't want to keep it to yourself. Keep it to yourself. You have to make a post and try to convince other people they don't got to keep the Passover. Negro, you don't got to keep it. You don't want to keep it. You think you don't want to keep it. So we don't care about what you're talking about. The Lord don't care what you're talking about. And okay? Everlasting is it. Indefinite. An unending future. Eternally. You think, well, how do you get your lips to say something? God damn it. Damn, bro. I know I'm not keeping it as we kept it at this particular time because we was, we had the resources at this particular time to do it. These are agricultural people. This system right here is a modern system where they are intentionally taking every man to being able to have his own land, household, because when a man has his own land, there's power. When a man has his own land, he leaves his sons an inheritance. His sons, his daughter, right? A man has his own land, he has his own country, right? And if you got land next door to me, you got 48, they give us the 40 acres is you. You got 40, I got 40, he got 40, they got 40, we got 40. And we talk millions of people, we got a country. So yeah, we are exile, right? We are outcasts. Doesn't mean we can't go get some land from the store. Doesn't mean we can't go buy a farm and buy a land. We don't have a high priest. We don't have a high priest as a physical man, but we have who? Hebrews 7:14. We have Hebrews 7:14. You don't get what God says.
Who are
You
you?
understand
Who
what
are
the
you?
scripture says. We're not ignorant to the fact. Okay? But we understand what memorizing or memorial means. Right? Memorial means. We know what that means, right? You ready to 7:14?
Come, this is the book of Hebrews, chapter 7, and verse 14. For it is evident that
Evident?
for it is evident. Yeah. For it is evident that all Elohim sprang out of Judah, of which the tribe Moses spake nothing concerning priesthood.
And what else it says?
And it is yet far more evident, for that after the similitude of Melchizedek, there arises another priest, who is made, not after the law of a carnal commandment, but after the power of an endless life. For he testified, thou art a priest forever, after the order of Melchizedek.
So the Mashiach is our high priest. Hebrews 7:14-15 on that. So the Messiah is our high priest. So we don't need no man to go into the holies of holies because we don't have the holies of holies. We don't even have the temple right now, right? Romans 12:2. Put that up.
My favorite script right there. Let's go. Yeah. This is the book of Romans, chapter 12, and verse 2. And be ye not conformed to this world, but
Start with 1.
Jesus, okay. This is the book of Romans, chapter 12, and verse 1. I beseech you, therefore, brethren, by the mercies of Yahweh, that ye present your bodies a living sacrifice, holy, acceptable unto Yahweh, which is your reasonable service.
So we're the temple. I don't need a temple made by hands. Right? What's that? That's Acts 7:48, right? Right? It says, we present our bodies as a living sacrifice, us where we are the temple. And be not conformed to this world, but be ye transformed by the renewing of your mind, that you may prove what is that good and acceptable and perfect will of the Most High. And we know what that is. Keep his commandments. Right? Keep his commandments. Simple. It's not hard. You're making it hard. You're making it hard because you want to be rebellious. Right? It's simple. You want to be rebellious. Right? So you know some arguments those does not supersede forever. Then you better get it. You can't get around it.
No, you can't.
You can't get around it. Because the first temple, the actual first temple was built by Acts 7:48. You go to Acts 7. Acts 7.
Well, 7 and 48.
Start with Acts 7 and let me see. Start with 44.
This is the book of Acts, chapter 7 and verse 44. Our fathers had the tabernacle of witness in the wilderness, and he had appointed, speaking unto Moses, that he should make it according to the fashion that he had seen. Which also our fathers that came after brought in with Yahushua unto the possession of the Gentiles.
Which
That's what we know that Joshua, they got the same name, Joshua.
Whom Yahweh drave out before the face of our fathers unto the days of David, whom found favor before Yahweh, and desired to find a tabernacle for the power of Jacob.
Right. So we didn't have the tabernacle, right? At this particular point, we have a form of a tabernacle, right? So, which most of our fathers that came after brought in with Joshua, and we said without this transliterated term, Jesus, that's Joshua. Okay? Into the possession of the Gentiles, the Most High drove out before the face of our fathers onto the days of who? David. Onto the days of David. And what it says, who found favor before the Most High. Let me put it over here. All right. Put it over here real quick. Who found favor before the Most High and desired to find a tabernacle for the power of Jacob. Was they not keeping Passovers before this tabernacle was made? Well, the other feast days and new moons? Hey, wait a minute. But Solomon built him a house. Right? How be it?
Can you finish that for me?
How be it, verse 48, the Most High dwelleth not in temples made with hands, as saith the prophet.
Come on. Come on. We're going to have to go to the temple in Jerusalem to keep the feast. And the temple was destroyed anyway. Okay? So we don't care what you're seeing at all. Because you're lying. All of you. Everybody's one of you.
Verse 49, and this is a very, very powerful verse right here.
And who said that though? Who said that? Read that on 48 again. 48 again, read it again.
Howbeit the Most High dwelleth not in temples made with hands, as saith the prophet.
Who was that prophet? Who first said that? Anybody know? Anybody know? Anybody know? Anybody know? Nobody know? Jeremiah. Go ahead.
Heaven is my throne.
Where's hold on, the Lord has the throne. Go ahead.
And earth is my footstool.
Go ahead.
What house will ye build me, said the Almighty? Or what is the place of my rest?
So stop trying to magnify this temple you have to be in and go to in Jerusalem or whatever the case is. We are Israelites no matter where we go. No matter where we are the children of Israel. We are the sons of the Most High. Period. We are represented as Jerusalem. Where do we go? Period. All right? We are the temple of the Lord. Okay? So we come together, two or more gathered in my name. So I don't know what you're talking about. And if three is gathered, whatever they say, establish here, whatever they understand. So what's the problem? You think the Most High is mad at you because you're memorializing his victory over the Egyptians, which was the enemy of the children of Israel and the Lord? And he would be mad at you because you're rehearsing or you're showing reference to the Most High by keeping his memorial of what he did in Israel, regardless of the fact for these super groups, because you're actually being a super group. You saying we can't keep the Passover because we ain't in the room. You're a super group. You're the most righteous one. You're the one that says we don't have a land of God. You know that there. You got to keep it. You're a super group. I'm a super group because I'm trying to keep the law. But you're not trying to keep the law, but you're really a super group because you said we can do it. So why do you do it? We can do it because you done the third, so why do you do it?
They're making my anti-group. Because the super group
is also crazy.
Anti-group.
They're super group because they don't want to do it. It's a play on words, man, in context. Be not over righteous. You can destroy thyself. Right? So let's go back to Exodus. Exodus 12, and where we at? Oh, we was ending forever. For an ordinance, and that's ordinance. What does ordinance mean? Ordinance means, is there any significance of ordinance? Anybody know what ordinance means? Anybody?
Strong's H2708. Chaka. Chaka.
Let that spirit slow us. Statute, order, limit, enactment, something prescribed statute right there. So let's go to my favorite spot. Type in the ordinance or the next. Spell it correct?
Ordinance, no, that ain't it.
No, order.
Ordinance, nah.
Let me see where we are.
O-R-D-I-N-A-N.
Spell it for me.
O-R-D-I-N.
O-R-D-I-N.
A-N-C-E. No, that's ordinance. You want ordinance. Put an N after that A.
And after the A.
Yeah, between the A and the C.
Okay. What I did. Ordinance. Okay, let's go. Ordinance. So we have to learn how to spell. Or, they got the word or in it. It has, let me see if I can find anything else. We got more. Ordinance. It says law, practice, or custom, religious right. Boom, that's it. It's a law, it's a practice, it's a custom, it's a religious right forever. It's not, you can't get away from that. I don't know. You can socialize it all you want, but you really can't. Only the dumb, deaf, and stupid and blind. It's just that, bro. That's just that. Let's go. Let's finish.
Verse 15 of the 7 days shall ye eat unleavened bread. Even the first day ye shall put away leaven out of your houses. For whosoever eats leavened bread from the first day unto the 7th day, that soul shall be cut off from Israel.
Thank the Lord for the Messiah. Thank the Father for the Messiah and the King, for his mercy and his grace. Because how many of you Negro, you Hebrews, were trying to keep the Shabbat, the Passover into serve? And you woke up the next day, and you go mess around, you hold a sandwich. In the midst of the first bite, that's make yourself most. Honestly, it's the bread. It's almost a lot. What's going on? We're going to talk about the tallest building in St. Louis. Let me go up to the ark. I'm talking about to jump out that door. It's a rap for me. He's supposed to tell you you're supposed to be cut off. And you go commit suicide. Plenty people that slipped and ate some damn bread on Passover week. Plenty people that slipped and ate something on a tone. And you can sit there and perpetrate the frauds all you want. I have slipped and ate bread during Passover week. I slipped and ate during the atonement.
You say you haven't, you lying.
I don't have to lie to you, niggas. I'm sorry.
You sound like Mr. Equal.
I'm trying to refrain from getting places, right? Thank the Most High for the mercy and grace. Be not over wicked. Why die before your time, right? And the Most High knows who you are. That's what you say. The Most High knows your heart is sincerity. In terms of you're trying to keep the commandments, not you're not trying to keep the commandments. That's the difference. How many of you in here have slipped on the Passover? You have not slipped on the Passover? You have not kept the Passover? Atonement? No? I'm saying, yeah, if you did. If you did, hallelujah. Right? Exodus 12:18. No, that's not the one we on. 7 days shall ye eat, verse 15. 7 days, I read that right. Oh, yeah, so we in 16. And in the first day, there should be a holy convocation. So the first day of this memorial, this feast day, is a holy convocation. And in the seventh day, the last day and the first day is a holy convocation day. There should be a holy convocation to you. No manner of work should be done in them, save that which every man must eat, that only may be done of you. So the first day you're supposed to go to work, and the last day you're supposed to do. Now, here's the question to you out there in the world, Hebrew Israelites. How many of you had work on the first day? After you had that feast, you open up the Passover that evening, the 15th day, and then when morning came up, you went to work. How many? How about the last day? And about I took off work on the first day. And I took off work on the seventh day. My hands would go up on both because I was split, right? And we are in a situation, not to make an excuse to be an Excuselite, right? But we are up under the Excuselite spirit of mercy. So we can use that, right? Because it's hardcore bondage to read this, take off from master plantation on the first day or the second day. Because you're in hard bondage, which we are not. They're not, the United States government is not telling the Hebrew Israelites you cannot keep the feast days in the Bible. So it all comes down to trust, faith, you as an individual. Man said, every man his own reward. That's just what it is. Right? Where we at now? We in 7 days shall you eat unleavened bread. The first day you should put away leaven out of your houses. So whosoever eateth unleavened bread from the first day to the seventh day, that soul should be cut off from Israel. Right? And I was on 16. And the first day there should be a holy convocation. The seventh day there should be a holy convocation to you. No manner of work should be done in them, save that which every man must eat, that only may be done of you. And I understand why you shouldn't work, because you will build up an appetite, right? If you take the leaven out of the house, you can't make a mistake and eat anything with leaven in it, right? So you're in a safe zone, safe place. But if you're going to work, you slip over the board. Oh, let me take a bite of this snack I left over here. But oh, wait a minute. Oh,
I gotta have some cheese pizza.
right? So there's a reason why the Most High is telling you not to do these things on the first day and the seventh day. So we must try to be aware of that. Okay? Well, and it says right here. No manner of work shall be done in them, save that which every man must eat. So that only may be done of you. So you can work preparing the land. Prepping the land, prepping the food. You can do that work. Okay? So the super blue say, y'all brothers and sisters, you can cook and prepare the land and things of that nature, right? You can cook. And ye shall observe the feast of unleavened bread, for in this same day have I brought your armies out of the land of Egypt. Therefore shall ye observe this day in your generations, plural, by an ordinance forever. They're going to forever again. 2 service. And the first month on the 14th day of the month at even, ye shall eat unleavened bread until the 120th day of the month at even. Right? So that's another argument, brothers saying that's how they use the stuff like that. Exact 14th day, because instead of 21 days, or the Shabbat is only on the 7th day of the week, literally, not 7 more days after that, not 7 more days after, not a continuation. It's just a lot of misunderstanding and interpretation of the scriptures, though, right? 7 days shall there be no leaven found in your house. But who's going to eat of that which is leaven, even as souls be cut off from the congregation of Israel, whether he be a stranger or born in the land. Now, I don't see that cut off as if you're being put to death. Is that something you're going to die? I could be wrong. Does that mean you're going to be killed? You slipped and ate some bread. Now it's a Reynolds allowed. Cut off body part, head. Dang. To cut or make a cutlet. Got all to cut off, destroy, cut down, destroy, take it away, take it away.
You dead.
No, that person.
You put some leavened bread on
the Most High for His mercies and grace. So they can say, man, thank the Most High, man. Thank the Most High. Cut off. All right. So what we at right now?
16. No, I'm sorry. You're at 18.
No, we are 16. And in the first day there should be a holy convocation, and the 7th day there should be a holy convocation. No, you're right. I mean 18. In the first month on the 14th day of the month at even, you should eat unleavened bread until the 120th day of the month at even. 7 days shall there be no leaven found in your house, for whosoever eateth that which is leavened, even as souls be cut off from the congregation of Israel, whether he be a stranger or born in their land, ye shall eat nothing leavened, in all your habitation shall ye eat unleavened bread. Right, so you can read that other part. So we must get rid of the leaven out of the crib, right? So you won't slip. Okay? And kick off work, so you gotta worry about lunch. But for those that eat fruits and vegetables, right?
All the vegetarians.
The vegetarians is the same words. Nobody's making a grape sandwich. Anybody making what kind of sandwich? Lobster sandwich? Orange sandwich?
No watermelon sandwich.
No watermelon sandwich?
No onion.
No onion sandwich? Bell pepper sandwich? Definitely not a carrot sandwich. Then Moses called for all the elders of Israel, telling them, draw out and take you a lamb according to your families and kill the Passover. That's an actual living creature. I don't care about what you vegans teaching. That's the part. And ye shall take a bunch of hyssop and dip it in the blood that is in the basin and strike the lintel and the 2 side posts of the blood that is in the basin, and none of you shall go out at the door of his house until the morning. And if you rain from a landlord, I suggest you not put the blood on the door. Okay? You don't want to be evicted and dying. But if you're a homeowner, right, you can do it because it's your home. You can hang over it, wash it down, whatever. Right? It's your work. But don't go put blood on Mr. Fields' door. That's all I say. So the Fields will say, hey,
What's
who
going
wrote
on?
the concrete the letter right?
I did.
You
got to get that up, buddy.
Amy and I have to charge you $75. Okay, we have to take the $75 for the name of the Lord of the concrete. Okay. All right. Memorial of Redemption.
Oh, you see the title here?
A memorial
Memorial of
All of
redemption.
this memorial.
All of this is memorial stuff, y'all.
Memorial.
So if everybody listens, say I'm listening. All praise to God.
Or every hour people sleeping is the latest they're gonna be able to get on that game. I'll tell you right now.
Oh.
Let's go.
They're gonna be tight after there's no sunlight.
Right.
Oh my goodness, you're gonna be tight. When the sun goes down, you're gonna be tight. Say it down.
No phone, no game. I'm taking them hours back.
This is the book of Exodus, 12, verse 23. For the Alahayim will pass through to smite the Egyptians, and when he seeth the blood upon the lintel and on the two side posts, the Alahayim will pass over the door and will not allow or suffer the destroyer to come in unto your houses to smite you.
It's a memorial. You can do this.
It's a memorial. You can do this. You can actually do this. It's a memorial. We've been doing all types of memorials in the world. What we talking about? Why we can do all the holidays in the world? Easter, Valentine's Day. Let's go to January. We got
New Year's,
New Year's,
then New Year's Day,
New Year's Day.
then we have Valentine's Day,
Then we have Valentine's Day, St. Patrick's Day,
April Fool's Day,
April Fool's Day,
Ash Wednesday,
Ash Wednesday,
we have Easter.
Easter,
Then on back there, you're gonna have what is that?
Memorial Day.
Then you're gonna have
Now we got Now they got June 10th,
the 4th of July.
4th of July. What else we got? Labor Day,
Veterans Day.
Veterans Day, Columbus Day coming around the clock. Columbus Day, Halloween.
Then you have Thanksgiving. Then you have Christmas. It should just be called Xmas because it got nothing to do with Hamashiach. Black Friday comes.
Right, so we got all these different things that people keep, but when it comes to the Bible, we can't keep nothing.
That's done away with.
We can't keep nothing. You Negroes was in slavery in 1492. But when they instituted the Constitution, you wasn't free. Has nothing to do with it. But you do Groundhog Day. You got Groundhog Day. That's a Russian country.
We got Mother's Day,
Father's Day, Fathers get the big ribbon on it.
with $100 on it. Daddy don't get nothing.
Daddy get a pair of Fox and a 6-pack. Oh, Hanukkah could be a lot. Right? Hanukkah is what we learned about. We probably read a verse about it, about when the children of Israel was being Hellenized by the Greeks, when the Greeks came into power, right? And they Hellenized by 300 something BC, like that. 400 BC, something like that. And they Hellenized the Israelites and made them stop saying Christian. They made them stop keeping the laws and commandments. Not everybody did, but a lot of people converted, dropped being Hebrew Israelites, and stopped keeping the commandments. And they were actually killing people for keeping the commandments. Right? And so we went to war against them with Matthias Maccabees and the son of Judah Maccabees, Simon and John, and they jumped and they raped and they rose up and they had a 3-year war campaign against the world, the Greeks and all their allies. And the Most High gave us victory. And we rededicated the temple, and that's what we did. 8 days of feast and celebration, honoring the Most High for his what?
511.
And then we made it a feast day on Memorial Day. Tampa.
Yeah. It's just what it is. Yeah.
Right? Memorial. Nice. Okay? What is that?
Oh, man, where we at? Judges 12 and 20.
You mean Exodus? You in the Judges?
Exodus 12 and 24. And ye shall observe this thing for an ordinance. There's that word again. Ye shall observe this thing for an ordinance to thee and to thy sons forever.
All right, I think you got to read 23 over. Read 23 over.
For the Alahayim will pass through to smite the Egyptians. And when he sees the blood upon the lintel and on the two side posts, the Alahai will pass over the door, and will not suffer the destroyer to come in unto your houses to smite you.
Go ahead.
And ye shall observe this day to the ordinance to thee, to thy sons forever.
This is the third time in the same chapter. In the same chapter. Why would I listen to a Negro? Go.
Verse 25, and it shall come to pass, when ye be come to the land which the Elohim will give you, according as he has promised, that ye shall keep this service.
What? Keep the service.
You got to keep this service. And it shall come to pass, verse 26, when your children shall say unto you, what mean ye by this service?
Oh,
That ye shall
let's
say,
get right to that.
oh yeah, that's definitely that is a straight slice. That ye shall say, it is the sacrifice of the Elohim's Passover. It's Yahweh's Passover who passed over the houses of the children of Israel.
Sacrificing what?
It is the sacrifice of Yahweh's Passover who passed over the houses of the children of Israel in Egypt.
So what was sacrificed? The lamb. The lamb was sacrificed. The children of Israel
was killed by the Egyptians. And Moses and Marcus said, bring the same judgment for your children, firstborn, and kill your children, your firstborn. And so now we had to offer a sacrifice, which was the lamb, a memorial for the war and the victory that Moses was going to deliver us. Right? So that you can say it is the sacrifice of Yahweh's Passover. This is about Yahweh, not about you. It's not about you. It's not about what you feel, what you think, what you want to do or don't want to do. It's about what the Most High said to do. And he said to whatever. And then we passed over the house of the children of Israel in Egypt on the spot the Egyptians and delivered our houses and the people bowed their head in worship.
Verse 28, and the children of Israel went away and did as Yahweh had commanded Moses and Aaron, so did they.
No, they just made that statement and do anything. Oh, okay.
It says, this is what I see, it says, and the children of Israel went away and did as Yahweh had commanded Moses and Aaron, so did they.
They do it again, and the commanders do it before the path.
It's a forever ordinance.
Go ahead.
Verse 29, and it came to pass that at midnight the Elohim smote all the firstborn in the land of Egypt, from the firstborn of Pharaoh that sat on his throne unto the firstborn of the captive that was in the dungeon, and all the firstborn of cattle. And Pharaoh rose up in the night, he and all his servants, and all the Egyptians. And there was a great cry in Egypt, for there was not a house where there was not one dead. I mean, come on, what are we talking about? The Most High Yahweh is an anybody killer. Everybody say anybody killer.
Anybody killer.
You think you so like the way you gonna get split? Now this is written. He wasn't playing with
Like
you.
that part.
That was. But I wasn't playing with you. You think that was changing your opinions and your reservations. What he said was an eternal ordinance forever. You think that you got more sway than Yahweh, for Mashiach Yahushua? You are truly smoking delusion. You are smoking the delusional path, clearly. Because this here is forever. This is forever, y'all. Everybody say forever. This is forever. If you don't participate, if you participate, you don't do it as he said it. You're done. We just read it. And then look, then we saw where the death angel passed through the land. and killed everything that was firstborn in Egypt. The highest ranking,
What's the water in your
to
face?
the lowest ranking, down to the animals. The Most High Yahweh is not playing. We are to observe his days, his times, according to how he said. And it does not matter because you and you bag about it. You got to do it or don't do it. But it's got to be done. And I thank the Most High that we able to pull it off. All praise to Yahweh. What else you got? Okay, we are at the 31st verse of the 12th chapter of Exodus. And he called for Moses and Aaron by night and said, rise up and get you forth from among my people, both ye and the children of Israel, and go and serve the Most High, as he has said. Also, take your flocks and your herds, as ye have said, and be gone, and bless me also. And the Egyptians were urging upon the people that they might send them out of the land in haste, for they said, we be all dead men. And the people took their dough before it was leavened, their kneading troughs being bound up in their clothes upon their shoulders. And the children of Israel did according to the word of Moses. And they borrowed of the Egyptians jewels of silver and jewels of gold and raiment.
Yeah.
That borrow was crazy.
Clothes on.
You know that.
You don't need that.
You
You better box.
You borrow that.
Yeah, you don't need that. You better box.
You need to get you back. You borrow that. Let's go back. You know that.
There you go. We leaving out that joint with Shakorians.
And the Most High gave the people favor in the sight of the Egyptians, verse 36, so that they lent unto them such things as they required. This is a cut right here.
Right.
And they spoiled the Egyptians. Everybody say spoiled. Everybody say spoiled. Yeah, they got spoiled. Reparations. That's what happened. Israel walked out that thing with reparations. And the people of Israel journeyed from Ramses to Sukkot, about 600,000 on foot that were men, besides children. And a mixed multitude went up also with them, and flocks and herds, even very much cattle. And they baked unleavened cakes of the dough, which they brought forth out of Egypt, for it was not leavened, because they were thrust out of Egypt, and could not tarry. Neither had they prepared for themselves any victuals. Now the sojourning of the children of Israel, who dwelt in Egypt, was 430 years. And it came to pass at the end of the 430 years, even the selfsame day it came to pass, that all the hosts of the Most High went out from the land of Egypt. It is a night to be much observed unto Yahweh for bringing them out from the land of Egypt. This is that night.
What? That what? That what?
This is that night.
They didn't leave in the morning?
No, this is that night. This is what it says right here. It says, this is that night of Yahweh to be observed of all the children of Israel in their generations. Everybody say generations.
Oh, yeah.
Everybody. Let me hear you say generations, nephew. Oh, he gonna hear
I'm muffled. I have the mic too close. So this verse is very powerful. It says, orders of the Passover in the comment section. It is a night, not morning, night to be much observed. Much observed. On to Yahweh. This is much observed. This is a night that you must observe. And much observed. But we listen to these people and they tell you we don't got to. You have to observe the Passover. In the book of Exodus sets the foundation of the Passover. That's crazy work. It is a night to be much observed unto Yahweh for bringing them out from the land of Egypt. This is that night. That night. The night of when we killed the Passover in the evening, right? On the 15th day because the brothers they think is the feast of unleavened bread is the next night. No, it's that night. The night they came out of Egypt. It's that night. Okay, it's the 14th day, and even when you killed the Passover.
Can I ask a question?
So the Passover ceremony began on the 15th day, the feast of unleavened bread, because that's when you commanded not to eat unleavened bread. So the 14th day in the evening time, going into the 15th, 24-hour period.
I'm going to pose a question to everybody that's it. Okay. How do you know this is that? Anybody? Nephew, you've been quiet and half asleep all day. How do we know this is that? You don't know? Shrug love. You know how we know, y'all? We just read it. We just read it. It says right here. This is that night. Now, of course, we're not talking about tonight, right? We're talking about according to the scriptures, according to what the Most High is telling us in this record. This is that night. We just read it. This is how we know. When we read these scriptures, we're rehearsing the righteous acts. We're talking about or discussing the many victories of the Most High. This main one right here being when he brought us up out of the land of Egypt. And on that particular night, right? This is all happened all in one night. This is to be observed of all the children of Israel. Not 2/3, not 3/5, not half of us. It says all of the children of Israel in their generations. Everybody say generations.
Generations.
This is a real thing we're supposed to do. You are not excluded because you don't identify. You still an Israelite. Yeah, you is. You got to do it. Yeah, you got to do it. We just read it. It's like this is a night to be much observed. This is what night. I know the children of Israel, some key words hopping out in their generation, man. It's good.
It's supposed to be a rejoicing. Thinking about when our people came out of the Egypt, they had silver, they had gold. That's why we want to make sure we decorate silver and gold. So this Passover, we have silver and gold. We came out of Egypt with silver and gold. Right? We got the song coming up, right? The song?
Yes, the song coming up.
Right? Right? So yeah, we want to celebrate supporting the Egyptians. We want to celebrate the Most High plaguing them with 10 plagues. Right? Redeeming the bloodshed and the murder of our children. Right?
All right, here we go. We are at verse 43 of the 12th chapter of Exodus. And the Most High said unto Moses and Aaron, this is the ordinance of the Passover. There shall no stranger eat thereof. But every man's servant that is bought for money, when you have circumcised him, then he shall eat thereof.
Okay.
So every man's servant, a servant can be an Israelite or a heathen, and we already know we have laws concerning, Abraham circumcised their servants. They actually serve as slaves. They must be circumcised, right? And the servants got to be the actual. So you have Israelite servants. You had Israelite strangers. Let me understand, get this in your mind. There should no stranger eat thereof. Meaning, it can be a person that's not from your community. Like I come to St. Louis. I'm not from St. Louis, right? When I first come to St. I am a stranger. If I go to Houston, Texas, I'm a stranger there, right? If I go to Puerto Rico and I go mingle with the Puerto Ricans, I'm a stranger. Nobody know the same people. If I go to some other town in Alabama, they don't know me from Alabama. And I'm like, yeah, I want to keep the peace with y'all. Are you circumcised? I'm a stranger. There's Israelites that are strangers because they are different tribes, or you could be from a different town or city, right? Okay? And this is, but every man servant that's bought for money, these is actually people, human beings that we purchase as servants, right? And they belong to us, they are property. When thou hast circumcised him, then shall he eat thereof. So if you got a Gentile at your Passover, are they your servant? You want to go by the words? Did you buy them? Did you circumcise them? Does it belong to thou? Yes. Good. If not, why is he there? Right. That's good. Why is he there? What's up? Why? Stop playing this game. Houseway. Jesus. Verse 45. A foreigner and hired. Because some people believe that Ruth was an Israelite, but Ruth was a possession going to purchase Ruth. I'm about to do my breakdown. Go ahead. Verse 45. A foreigner and an hired servant shall not eat thereof. In one house shall it be eaten. Thou shalt not carry forth aught of the flesh abroad out of the house, neither shall you bring a bundle thereof. Sound like no leftovers right there. Can't take nothing home. Now eat there on the spot. All the congregation of Israel shall keep it. That foreigner and the hired servant shall not eat thereof. This is a continuation of what was being said already from 143, 44, 45. They are not circumcised. Go ahead. Verse 48. And when the strangers shall sojourn with thee, they will keep the Passover to the Most High. Let all his males be circumcised, and let then him come near and keep it. And he shall be as one that is born in the land. No person shall be thereof. One law shall be to him that is homeborn, and unto the stranger that sojourneth among. Thus did all the children of Israel, as the Most High commanded Moses and Aaron, so did they. And it came to pass the selfsame day that Yahweh did bring the children of Israel out of the land of Egypt by their armies. I guess we in the spirit, right? I guess we're in the spirit, right? Let me get a couple more scriptures in this. So we read a whole chapter about the institution of the Passover, right? And it is what it is. What hour mark we on? 3 hours? Yeah, we're about to close this up. We're gonna start doing the classes at least no more than 3 hours. Then we have to do it. So we could stop, but we could stop. But let me get a couple of things here. We got to show the Messiah, right? I want to read something. Okay. I'm gonna read this. Tell me if I'm clear, because somebody was I wasn't clear. I have my mouth working. All right. Okay. Here's the question. When you want to hear clear like that, talk like what? You do like that, then you see, you hear the difference. So talk like that. Yeah, my hand all over the mic. Okay. So let's go. I have my hand all over the mic. You know what I'm saying? All over the board. This is I did some I typed in something concerning did the Israelites keep the Passover in their captivities, right? In Egypt, before the Exodus. Before the Exodus. before the Exodus in parentheses. The first Passover was instituted while the Israelites were still in slavery in Egypt. Exodus 4, we just read it. The Most High gave them specific instructions to follow, sacrificing the lamb, putting the blood on the doorpost, and eating the meal in haste. This was done on the eve of their deliverance. So yes, they did keep the Passover in captivity, at least this first time. Yeah, whatever you got, you all. And Ezra, yeah, we kept we on those that went into the land and keep the they built the temple and they kept the we built the temple, kept the Passover. During other times, I want you to get that Esther too. During other times of captivity, you got the Esther, right? The one with him that talking about the children of Israel wrote the note down, right? During other times of captivity, after the Exodus, the Israelites were commanded to keep the Passover annually. Exodus 24 to 27. But whether they consistently did so, especially during periods of unfaithfulness or exile, varied. In the wilderness, they kept the Passover in the second year after leaving Egypt, Numbers 9, 1 through 5. But the Bible doesn't explicitly mention frequent observation during the 40 years in the wilderness. Stop talking in Babylonian captivity. In Babylonian captivity after the fall of Jerusalem, there's no clear biblical record of the Passover being kept during the Babylonian exile. However, when the exiles returned to Jerusalem, they did reinstituted the Passover, Ezra 6, 19, 22. So in short, yes, the Israelites kept the Passover in Egypt, which was their first captivity. During later captivity like Babylon, observance likely stopped or was limited, but it was resumed once they were back in the land. That's one source, okay? Did the Messiah keep the Passover? And they was in the Roman captivity. Let's not get it misconstrued at all. Was not Christ, the Messiah, born in captivity? Can we prove it? Because Luke 167, get that right quick. Let's prove that. Because they will say it was in captivity. Then we're going to get that essence. Let's show you scriptures. And Zechariah is filled with the Holy Spirit. He says in Zechariah 1, Luke 166.
We're supposed to have that one bigger than everything. See that? You got it?
The book of Luke, chapter 1, we're starting at verse 66.
Right.
And all they that heard them laid them up in their hearts, saying,
Go down 167.
And his father Zacharias was filled with the Holy Ghost and prophesied, saying, Blessed be Yahweh, the power of Israel, for he hath visited and redeemed his people, and hath raised up a horn of salvation for us in the house of his servant David, as he spake by the mouth of his holy prophets, which have been since the world began, that we should be saved from our enemies.
We should be what?
That we should be saved from our enemies.
From our enemy.
And from the hand of all that hate us.
Who's over? The Romans. Go ahead.
To perform the mercy promised to our fathers and to remember his holy covenant, the oath which he sware to our father Abraham, that he would grant unto us that we, being delivered out of the hand of our enemies, might serve him without fear.
Read Josephus right quick. I want you to read this right here. It says, the Antiquities of the Jews, book 20, chapter 5, book 20, chapter 6 and 1. I'll read the caption too.
All right, we're in the book of Josephus, chapter 20. No, book 20, chapter 6, verse 2.
Yeah, book 20, chapter 6. Start with the caption. Read the caption.
How there happened a quarrel between the Jews and the Samaritans, and how Claudius put an end to the issue.
Mm-hmm.
Then there arose a quarrel between the Samaritans and the Jews on the occasion following. It was the custom of the Galileans, when they came to the holy city at the festivals, to take their journey through the country of the Samaritans. And at this time, there lay in the roadway to the village that was called Galilee, which was situated in the limits of Samaria and the great plain, where certain persons thereto belonging fought with the Galileans and killed a great many of them. But when the principal of the Galileans were informed of what had been done, they came unto Camas and desired him to avenge the murder of those that were killed. But he was induced by the Samaritans to do nothing in the matter, upon which the Galileans were much displeased, and persuaded the multitude of the Jews to betake themselves to arms and to regain their liberty, saying,
Oh, here it goes. So we have this dispute against the so-called
Samaritans that they try to make Israelites, and the Jews talk about Israel, right? And the Samaritans was murdering Israelites.
and they to retain their liberty, saying that slavery was in itself a bitter thing.
what?
Slavery in itself was a bitter thing, but that when it was joined with direct injuries, it was perfectly intolerable.
Look at that. So
They let me know that they in slavery. But this is even more intolerable now. You know what I'm saying? We're in captivity under a foreign rulership. They had an Edomite Herodian ruling as king. And there was an emperor over him. He wasn't the king over all the Romans. Right? Israelites is in captivity under the Roman Empire. Know this. Understand that. Just like we in captivity today, the Messiah had to go in front of Pontius Pilate. He had to go in front of their rulers. All these different things. That empire, America is nothing but the Greco-Roman Empire over again. Same thing. You got any hand up now? Now? Is it still people? Okay. All right. So I want to show that during this time they was in captivity, right? Now here we go right here. I'm typing, did the Messiah keep the Passover? Yes. Jesus Christ, the Messiah, did keep the Passover according to the New Testament. He observed the Passover meal with the disciples shortly before his crucifixion. This event is often referred to as the Last Supper. Gospels account, Matthew chapter 26, 17 to 30. Mark 12 to 26, Luke 22, 7 to 23. Describe Yahushua instructing disciples to prepare the Passover meal, which he did share with them. So can we go to Mark, Matthew 26, 17 right quick?
We have to work for Matthew.
Go to Matthew. If the Messiah kept the Passover, you think I'm going to listen to you tell me I can't keep the Passover? No one you represent the Passover. No one you said do this in remembrance of me. I got it all the way twisted.
This is the book of Matthew, chapter 26, and we're at verse 17. Now, the first day of the feast of unleavened bread, the disciples came to Yahushua, saying unto him, where wilt thou that we prepare for thee to eat the Passover?
What?
To eat the Passover.
Who are you talking to going to eat? Read it again.
This is the book of Matthew, chapter 26, and verse 17. Now, the first day of the feast of unleavened bread, the disciples came to Yahushua, saying to him, where wilt thou that we prepare for thee to eat the Passover?
We just read Exodus 12. It said kill. Exodus 12 said kill the Passover. The Passover is the physical actual lamb. To symbolize the death angels coming over Egypt. Right? Eat the Passover.
All right, this is red letter conversation. Everybody say red letter conversation.
That's right. Bring it out.
Go into the city to the man and say unto him, the master said, everybody say the master. The master said, my time is at hand. I will keep the Passover at thy house with my disciples.
Yeah, keep going.
Okay. And the disciples did as Yahushua had appointed them, and they made ready the Passover.
Look, so what is the Passover? It's the lamb. The lamb is the Passover. That's the physical symbolism of the Passover, right? Okay, the sacrifice, which was the lamb that was killed, right, as an offering to the Most High to come and destroy the Egyptians. And that's why he said, in the 14th day at evening, that was to kill the Passover. Like, kill the Passover, which is the lamb, or the goat. Right? And he said, listen, I'm keeping the Passover at thy house. And we're going to eat it. So the people that say you don't eat meat, you out of your mind. They're going to get a book. I'm talking about eating vegetables. It's made a book. Yeah, this book right here. This is wrong. This is right.
Verse 20. Now when the evening was come,
there go that evening again.
He sat down with 12. And as they did eat, he
Whoa,
said,
whoa, whoa.
As they what? Did eat. As they did eat.
They included Yahushua.
As they eat. Because he told them, the beginning of the story is that they're going to eat. They included the Messiah in the first and 17th verse. Because it says, now the first day of the Feast of Unleavened Bread, the disciples came to the Messiah, saying, you're saying, pretend you're the Messiah. Pretend you're not the Messiah. I'm pretending. And I'm the disciples. Come to the Messiah, saying unto him, Imina, where wilt thou that we prepare for thee, you to eat the Passover? Say, we eat the Passover. Stop it. Just stop it.
Valencia was asking where is that scripture, and that scripture you will find in the book of Matthew, chapter 26. You can read the whole scripture.
26, 17.
Go to 26, verse 17 in the book of Matthew, chapter 26 and 17.
Go ahead. So we at 20 now, right?
21.
Because they already went, they went to the guy and say, hold on, let's do the narration again. Come on.
Verse 18, and he said,
I'm the disciples. Go ahead. Now he said it like that.
Go into the city, such a man, and say unto him, the master said.
I gotta say that. You're playing the Messiah right now. Go back and forth.
So we have to read the conversation. If I'm playing the Messiah, this is really the conversation.
Okay, go ahead.
It says, and he said in verse 18, go into the city to such a man and say unto him, the master said, my time is at hand. I will keep the Passover at your house with my disciples.
Right. The Passover represents what? The lamb or the goat, the unleavened bread, deep the herbs, and the wine down. The wines.
What?
This one is stop that. It says in verse 21. And as they did eat, he said, it's really another conversation. Verily I say unto you, that one of you shall betray me. And they were exceeding sorrowful, and began every one of them to say unto him, Master, is it I? And he answered and said, he that dips his hand with me in the dish, the same shall betray me. The Son of Man goeth as it is written of him, but woe unto that man by whom the Son of Man is betrayed. It had been good for that man if he had not been born.
Go ahead.
I had to pause for that. Man, what? Then Judas,
That's a hard statement.
which betrayed him, answered and said, Master,
He should not have. It would have been better if he wasn't born.
Master, is it I? He said unto him, Thou sayest.
Thou hast said.
And when they were eating, and as they were
Wait. What?
and as they were eating,
That they,
they, as they were eating, Yahweh took the bread and blessed it, and broke it, and gave it to his disciples, and said, Take, eat, this is my body. And he took the cup, and gave thanks, and gave it to them, saying, Drink ye all of it, for this is my blood of the New Testament, which is shed for many for the remission of sins. But I say unto you, I will not drink henceforth of this fruit of the vine until that day when I drink it new with you in my Father's kingdom. And when they had sung a hymn, they went out into the mountain of Olives.
Let's go to Mark, Luke, 14, 12, 26.
Mark 14.
14.
Which is Mark chapter 14, verses 12 through 26. Everybody have it?
This is the last Passover. Go ahead.
This is the book of Mark, chapter 14, verses 12 through 26. And the first day of unleavened bread, when they had killed the Passover.
The first day of unleavened bread, when they killed the Passover, which was the lamb or the goat.
It said unto him, Whither wilt thou that we go and prepare that thou mayest eat the Passover?
You may eat the Passover. Besides keeping the Passover in the Roman Empire, along with the other Jews and Israelites that were still in captivity in Rome.
Verse 13, and he sent forth two of his disciples and said unto them, Go ye into the city, and there you shall meet a man bearing a pitcher of water. Follow him. And wheresoever he shall go in, say ye to the good man of the house, The master said, Where is the guest chamber, where I shall eat the Passover with my disciples?
What?
Where is the guest chamber, where I shall eat the Passover with my disciples? Can I say it again?
Yeah.
Where is the guest chamber, where I shall eat the Passover with my disciples?
So
how a Negro will tell me I can't keep the Passover in captivity? In the Messiah and disciples and Israelites keeping it during the time of Rome.
Hey, and then he got cut out the mouth of 2 or 3 witnesses.
And where's this priest they talking about? Where's this priest people be talking about? They just adding priests into the household of an individual Israelite. Where's that? So we got nowhere. Exodus 12, nowhere.
Book chapter verse.
Nowhere.
You're not gonna put it in.
Making up stuff. They didn't make anything about it. First, you gotta go to the priest. So you can pass the meat, get that dirt. You gotta do that first.
We didn't read that in the old order.
I didn't read that in old, and he didn't read it in the. That's the doctrine of the period. They gonna kind of make every meat that you eat now gotta go before a priest. Stop it. Damn. I can't eat my Vienna damn sausages unless I go find a piece down the block somewhere. We can't eat this fried, golden fried Ananon chicken that he cooked so good. You gotta go find a priest, brother. No. That meatloaf be good, but you gotta go to the priest down the block before we can eat it like this. We all done it. Ain't none of us got a damn farm with no live animals nowhere. So damn, we can't eat this. We can't eat the meat, not the words. Veggie dinner. Stop the cat, man. You ain't growing those fruits and vegetables. How do you know they ain't kept growing the same grapes in that land over 7 years? You can't grow it over 6 years. You can't farm the same way.
I know they don't belong to Bill Gates. You know, this is now appeal.
Stop the cat, man. Go ahead.
And he sent it for 2 of his disciples and said unto him,
Yeah, read it again.
Go ye into the city, and there shall meet you a man bearing a pitcher of water.
Mark 14:13.
And whensoever he shall go in,
Let that go, it's fine.
to the living in the house, the master said, they might say the master.
Who's the master? Who said it? I want to get the master. The master. I'll hear everybody say it again. The master said it, not you, M&R.
Not you watching, not you watching, not this brother, not me. I didn't say it. The master said it. The master said, where is the guest chamber, where I shall eat the Passover with my disciples?
We're going to say we're going to eat the Passover, which you got to kill the Passover, which is a live organism that was once alive. And you kill it, then you follow the goes to the fire. Why are you telling this man I'm going to eat the Passover? He's not going to eat. So he's not telling this. He just lied. Wait a minute. Did he eat? What did he? Because if he didn't eat, that means he lied. Stop it. We're in Rome. We're eating the Passover.
What's that mean? Stop the car. Stop the car. Stop that. Push the brakes all the way to stop the car. Cut it out. And verse 15, and he will show you a large upper room furnished and prepared. There make ready for us. And his disciples went forth and came into the city, and found that he had said unto them, and they made ready the Passover. And in the evening he cometh with the 12. And as they sat
in the
evening. Okay. And as they sat and did eat.
What?
I saw that. And as did they go over anybody's head? As they sat and did eat.
And did eat.
They were sat and did eat. And it says it right here. And as they sat and did eat. Eat. Everybody say eat.
Eat.
Everybody say eat.
Eat.
That's his favorite phrase. It says,
wait a minute. I gotta go back over here. It's Exodus 12 right quick. Let me go over there right quick. All right, right quick. Let me go there. Hold that right there. Hold that. We stand there.
Eat. You hungry, don't you eat? How should I eat the Passover lamb? What are you talking about? Hey,
I'm trying to remember when they gave the outline of what you gotta have for the Passover. Oh yeah, right here. Exodus 12:20. Ye shall eat nothing unleavened, in all your habitation shall ye eat unleavened bread. Moses called for all the elders of Israel, said to them, draw out and take ye a lamb according to your families, and kill a Passover. So unleavened lamb. Unleavened bread.
Kill the Passover lamb. We get the menu, right? And you should take a bunch of hyssop and dip it in the blood as in the basin, and strike the lint on the two poles until the blood, right? It was somewhere up there. It said the bitter herb. I have to find that again. Okay, so it's the bitter herb. The Passover that you got to kill to the lamb. Unleavened bread. Right? And then we have drink offering. So we're reading the Passover, about the Passover stuff. Right? So we're reading about that. Okay? And the Messiah is doing it. Right? Mark 14:18 says, and as they sat and did eat, the Messiah said, verily I say unto you, one of you which eateth with me shall betray me. Then we go with the eat again. Eat. 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 We eat the lamb. I'm not as messed up on those. But
That's like a dope song.
go ahead. Right. So we got to eat. Let's go. Let's get some more eats. Let's just go to Luke 22 now. Eat.
Luke 22:7.
Bring it up.
Give her a gold star.
Hurt, boy. Look at
Gold star in the book.
scriptures, boy.
In the book of Luke chapter 22 and verse 7.
We got to remember those scriptures. Matthew 26, Mark 14, and Luke 22. So about the Passover.
Then came the day of unleavened bread when the Passover must begin.
When the Passover, what is the Passover? What is actually the Passover? The lamb or the goat. Go ahead. Eat words.
Then came the day of unleavened bread when the Passover must be killed.
The unleavened bread when the Passover must be killed on the 14th day.
And he sent Peter and John, saying, go and prepare us the Passover. Wait for it. That we may eat. Anybody say eat? I'll eat it. Let me say eat. Hey, yo, Yahushua told Peter and John,
you gotta eat on the Passover, buddy.
go and prepare us the Passover, that we may eat. And they said unto him, where wilt thou that we prepare?
Let me say this to all you vegan people. If you do not eat on the Passover, then you cannot be at the Passover. There's no need for you to be at the Passover.
What are you doing there?
A lot of you so-called veganites, I'm trying to keep my composure.
No, keep it composed. We're going to keep it flipped. We're going to keep it all the way flipped.
Because
yeah,
the Lord is saying this. And you're playing with the Lord. And the Lord going to play with you. He's not playing with you. Right? Because he's telling you what to do. Give me Proverbs, the first chapter.
Proverbs, first chapter. I don't know about y'all, but we eating today. Is anybody eating?
Oh, yeah, we're eating right now.
Give us this day our daily bread. Everybody say daily bread.
Daily bread.
Yeah, this is every day.
Read Proverbs 1:20. Let's get it.
this is the book of Proverbs, chapter 1 and verse 20.
Milk.
Wisdom cry without.
What?
Wisdom cry without.
Word of the Lord is what? Wisdom. Look at that.
Wisdom of Solomon 9:6 says, though a man never be so perfect. Right? Though a man never be so perfect. Let me pull it up right so I won't misquote it. Please hold it 1 second right quick. Get it, because I don't want to misquote it. Wisdom of Solomon 9:6, if you get it right quick. Wisdom of Solomon 9:6. Wisdom of Solomon 9:6. Wisdom of Solomon 9:6. Wisdom of Solomon 9:6. 96. Wisdom of Solomon 96. 96. 96. Wisdom of Solomon 96.
This is the book of Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 9 and verse 6. For though a man never be so perfect among the children of men, yet if thy wisdom be not perfect, he shall be nothing.
So, woo,
Wisdom cries out. Are you going to grab this wisdom or not? Give me Proverbs 12 and 8 to go with that, then we just go back to Proverbs.
So you want this 12 and 8?
Drop the Proverbs 12 and 8. And then come
8,
back.
I love it, boy. Wisdom. So close to have. This is the book of Proverbs, chapter 12, verse 8. A man shall be commended. A man shall be commended according to his wisdom. But he that is of a perverse heart shall be despised.
The Lord going to despise you. Right? And man will be commended according to his wisdom, but wisdom of the Lord. Right? And the wisdom cries out. She uttered her voice in the streets.
Verse 21, he cries in the chief place of concourse, in the openings of the gates. In the city, she utters her words, saying, how long ye simple?
What?
How long ye simple?
Yeah.
Will ye love simplicity?
First of all, they go to camps, the congregation be easy. Congregation camps out there in the street, in the cities, right? In the opening of the gates, in the chief place of concourse, where the people gather at speaking this word. Saying, how long ye simple ones would we love simplicity? And simplicity is the stupidity of what you want. Has nothing to do with the Most High. And the what scorners, you like in their scorn. I mean, you're so proud that you'll be proud at being rebellious against the Most High and scorning his word not to do what he do. You people that's supposed to be vegans and you don't kill, you don't eat the Passover is wicked as hell. Simple as that. The Most High said, eat your damn fruits and vegetables. There's no vegan lamb, Negro. There's no vegan goat either. Stop it. Put the Bible down. Go back to the Christian church. Shalom.
Go ahead, finish reading.
If there is some vegan lamb or goat, I bet it tastes very bad.
That's a good one.
No? Okay. How long, ye simple ones, will ye love simplicity? And the scorners delight in their scorning, and fools hate knowledge.
Fools hate what knowledge?
What
The
knowledge?
Most High knowledge. That's the rock 1990. Get that right quick.
Come on, let's go.
Fools hate knowledge.
Everybody say Sirach 1919.
The rock 1919. Let's go. The rock 1919. Y'all want to end this, right? Y'all gotta participate and go for 12 hours.
This is one of my favorite scriptures. The knowledge of the commandments of Yahweh is the doctrine of life. And they that do the things which please him shall receive of the fruit of the tree of immortality.
So if you hate this knowledge, death to you. There's no immortality. It's over. It's a runner's way. You're done. Right? Proverbs 1:23. Turn you at my reproof. Behold. So we're reproving you with the Bible, with the word of the Lord. Right? The Passover is an ordinance forever. And even forever. Through all the generations. Period. It's a memorial. Forever. Period. Turn you at my reproof. Behold, I will pour my spirit onto you. What's that? The Holy Spirit. I will make known my words unto you because I have called and ye refuse. I've stretched out my hand and no man regard. But ye have set at none all my counsel and with none of my reproof. I also will laugh at your calamity. The Lord will laugh at you. When he brings judgment against you.
Hey,
I will mock when your fear comes. Like you want to mock my word? You're going to do good, I'm not going to do it. I'll strike you down with some dang ailment or disease. Now you're going to say, forgive me, Lord. Forgive me. No, I'm laughing at you. I'm mocking you. when your fear cometh as desolation, and your destruction cometh as a whirlwind, when distress and anguish cometh upon you, then shall they call upon me, but I will not answer. They shall seek me early, but they shall not find me. For they hated knowledge and did not choose the fear of Yahweh. They would none of my counsel. They despised all my reproof. Therefore shall they eat of the fruit of their own way and be filled with their own devices. For the turning away of the simple shall slay them, right? And you up there trying to teach these bigot doctrines that you have to eat meat on a Passover, right? Just slaying the simple and the dumb, deaf, and blind, which is good book of doctrine like Black Jesus. He said, I'm trying to come to Black Jesus. That's not the Black Jesus. Good book of doctrine, right? Jailhouse, right? For the turning away of the simple to slay them, and the prosperity of fools, which is you that's teaching the foolishness, to destroy them. But whosoever hearken unto me, the Father, the Messiah, shall dwell safely and shall be quiet from fear of evil. So we here to watch, to be the watchmen. You don't want to listen, that's going to die. But we're going to bring the truth out of the Bible. Reading and comprehension is very important. Very important. But ever and ever and even valid. Period. Period.
Go.
Where we at?
Back in Luke 7, 22:7. We almost done when it's done.
Right.
The sun is still up. The sun's still up.
Luke 22 said, "In the day of unleavened bread, when the Passover must be killed. And he sent Peter and John, saying, Go and prepare us the Passover that we may eat."
Hold up.
So now we get the specific names. Peter, the rock, and John, who he loved. Right? Now we have the names. Let me know who he sent. Peter and John. You know these are top disciples. So go and prepare us, plural. Shema, Shema, Abba speaking, Shema, Abba speaking. Yeah, right there. What happened? What's going on? Then came the day of unleavened bread when the Passover must be killed. And he sent Peter and John, saying, Go and prepare us the Passover, that we may eat. Is that a bad letter?
Oh, no, definitely. That is really another conversation. Everybody say read another conversation? This is really another conversation we're looking at. Yahweh told two of his heavy hitters, and go and prepare the Passover that we may eat. And they said unto him, Where wilt thou that we prepare? And he said unto them, read in the conversation. Read in the conversation. Behold, when ye are entered into the city, there shall a man meet you bearing a pitcher of water. Follow him into the house where he enters in. And you shall say unto the good man of the house, the master saith. Everybody say the master saith.
The master say not Eminem.
Yes, I didn't say it. I was reading. The master saith, Where is the guest chamber where I shall eat the Passover with my disciples?
Where I shall eat the Passover with my disciples. I'm eating the Passover, which is the lamb. I'm eating me with my disciples. Not no damn with that purple fruit.
No.
No. The eggplant. Yeah.
Squash. We don't want the squash. Who want to eat some good old tenderized lamb or goat? We eat Passover. We have Passover. Raise your hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Don't make the most of our business style. Hey, man. Come on. So that's it, right? We got to eat. What's up? What else we got? That's it.
That's it.
That's it.
We brothers who disagree used to be walking away from this with cuts all over you. Because you done got cut so many times, it's hard to miss it. It's hard to miss it. He said it in 2 different occasions. He ate Passover. Nephew. It's gonna be all right.
No. Get him. He's not all right if he's yelling in the classroom. Okay? I don't want him yelling. He's not teaching, he's crying and screaming. Okay. Gospel account we read. His disciples prepared the Passover meal, which he then shared with them. During the meal, the Messiah instituted what Christians now call the Lord's Supper or communion, taking bread and wine and giving them new meaning as symbols of his body and blood. Right? As you read further down, he says, matter of fact, let's read this one out. Read Luke out. 14. Well, where we was at? 12. Read on down.
And he shall show you a he had said unto them, and they made ready the Passover. And when the hour was come,
they made ready. You mean they prepared it, they seasoned it up and everything.
Oh, yeah, they prepped it.
Roasted it up, got it together.
They prepped it. They prepped it.
What do we
It didn't say anything about no particular season in the scriptures. There's no. Show me the seasoning in the scripture. I think it's
the only way you cut all that up is if anybody was to say that, you just say, hey man, book chapter first. Remember, girls, book chapter first. Precept.
Right? We want you to have some bland, some lamb and goat.
You can't tell me because I seasoned my lamb with slap your mama that I'm going against the scriptures. You can't tell me that if I season this lamb with some garlic, that I'm going off. I wish the nigga would. Book chapter verse precept. Show me the seasoning you're supposed to use on the lamb when doing the Passover lamb. Because we've been reading this whole time. And did you see any?
Oh, I see one. I'm gonna pull that up right now. Hold up. I got one for that. I'm gonna give you one season. Let me give you one right
We're talking about the doctrines of men and how they don't apply when we allow these scriptures to have the meaning.
One thing we're gonna put on is Come on.
Right?
Go get Luke 14:34 right there. Go down. We're gonna move on now. Matter of fact, hold both of those. Give me Leviticus 2:13 first.
2:13, what? Hey man, say what you want to say. This brother right here is something else. You can rock. Leviticus 2:13.
Yeah. Read that one. Yep.
This is the book of Leviticus chapter 2, verse 13. And every oblation of thy meat.
Everyone. And we giving an offering to the Most High. It's spiritual, right?
That's what I thought.
Not it's spirit. We roasted it on things, right?
Right.
So we are
Right.
We get the live lamb, right? And we actually kill it, which we can do,
right?
And we offer it up to the Most High.
Right.
You don't need a priest to do it.
No.
There's no priest to do it.
No.
That's not in the instruction manual. It's made up. Go ahead.
It's a thought keep popping in my head. I got a hold of that. I can't say that. And every oblation of thy meat offering shalt thou season with salt.
What? Season with who?
With salt.
Go ahead.
Neither shalt thou suffer the salt of the covenant of thy power to be lacking from thy meat offering. With all thine offerings Shout out to salt. He said he don't want no bland food.
That's what that said.
Don't bring me no saltless damn lamb, nigga. You must be out of your mind. You 14, 34. I don't know what you think this is.
It's not no only salt. That's just one thing you got to have. You have to have the salt, right? You gotta have that, buddy.
Someone here for anybody who want to eat some bland or seasonless lamb. You want some seasonless? You ever had lamb before? You ever had the seasonless? Yeah, now we don't do that around these parts. If you are melanin, I think you need seasoning on your food. That's all I'm saying. This is the book of Luke, chapter 14, verse 34. Read up in the conversation. Everybody say red up. Salt is good. But if the salt has lost its savor, wherewith shall it be seasoned? It is neither fit for the land, nor yet for the dunghill.
Ain't fit for the land either.
But it cast it out.
Right? So if we ain't got no salt on it, we ain't trying to eat it, buddy.
Say that in the mic. They gotta hear this.
If we ain't got no salt, we ain't want to use it, buddy. Most of them say every meat offering need to put some seasoned salt.
It's in the Bible. We didn't write it.
Seasoned with salt. What it is.
Go ahead.
It doesn't say we can't put no. It doesn't have a seasoned packet. No. You can season it with whatever you want to season. Nobody want to know nasty lamb.
I don't want no lamb with no seasoning on it. I don't even want my chicken without
I
no
don't let them over making stuff up in the Bible, Negroes, whatever they want to do, man. The hell? Yeah, go ahead with all that, buddy. I ain't gonna tell you better off, you can't put no garlic on
Yeah, you got your mama, brother, you going off. You can use the
it.
total.
What scripture said we can't put garlic on the lamb?
It's on the lamb, brother. You're tripping with yourself. No, we just read. It says salt. You can put your seasonings on there.
Yeah, you're gonna have some salt, you're gonna put some pepper. I don't eat no pepperless lamb.
Paprika.
What are you talking about? Come on, man. It says you can put herbs, because bitter herbs. You can put herbs on the lamb.
Don't we got some herbs in there?
Right? Whatever herb you use, because that's garlic. It's not garlic, a bitter herb. Right? So, right? Because it says that also, I think it's in Exodus 12 and 8. Now, go to Exodus 12 and 8 real quick. We got salt on every meat over. We got the salt. Now get Exodus 12 and 8. Negroes coming in there with the nasty lamb.
This is the book of Exodus, chapter 12, verse 8. And they shall eat the flesh in that night, roast with fire.
Roast it up. Roast it, put it on the grill.
No other lamb. No other lamb. No on the pot, on the stove lamb. Pull out the grill, Negro. We use the grill. Pull out the grill. Roast with fire.
And unleavened bread.
And bread.
And with bitter herbs they shall eat it.
And with bitter herbs.
Right? So if you eat the bitter herbs, then you can put it on your meat. And there's no damn anti-season packet. Okay? All right, so let's go back to where we was at. We was in
Luke. Yeah,
the boxes
That
of,
was it on that, right?
and listen, I'm just putting the brothers, especially in the sticks. Brothers know dang well they cooking it up. Put it over an open fire. I mean, I'm not condemning you if you do it like that or not, but I'm just saying. I mean, if you don't, that's, you can go to the park. We in the springtime. But we're not doing that no more. Lamb is going on the open fire.
See, crazy. Hey, I'm gonna do a Nat King Cole. Lamb chops roasting on an open fire.
There you go.
Bing, 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 bing.
Bitter, the side of bitter herb.
I'm just saying, y'all stop playing with this thing. Like, it's in black and white. This is an ordinance forever for after generations. What are you talking about? Why would you assume out the inside or the outside of your mind that you can deviate from simple instructions?
So what the person
Told you can't cook it on season. You just have some bland old lamb. What's pepper sauce? You know, book chapter verse, nigga. Where it says pepper.
No one got to show me. We just read it. Anybody who say anything different is going out.
Season is from herbs, man. You can go eat some raw parsley right now. See if you can get it. I can go eat some a clove of black pepper and see what happens to that.
Eat a piece of garlic.
Come on, man. Stop it. These niggas say, hey, that's what seasoning is. Seasoning is herbs. Seasoning is herbs.
All right, where we at?
I don't care who told you that. I'm going by what the scripture says. Okay? Right? Because when you look up
Hey, boy.
herbs. Hold on, let's look up herbs, the bitter herbs, right? Let's look up herbs. And Negroes know they land be seasoned. Stop the cat. Okay? 15 common types of herbs. Basil, bitter basil herbs. Sage, mint, lemongrass, parsley, rosemary. Oh, it's good with the rosemary. Chives, dill, is good. Oregano, tarragon, fennel, thymes, marjoram, bay leaf, which is good, right? Cilantro. Yes, gotta have that cilantro. So you Negroes that sit there eating some bland lamb, I'm not coming to thy Passover. That's why I'm not coming. Yo, hey, if a Negro want to have unseasoned lamb at their Passover, that's on thou. Come on. All right, we go to Luke 14:34.
Yeah, right.
It's always good. But if the song has lost its savor, wherewith shall it be seasoned?
No.
It is neither fit for the land, nor yet for the dunghill. Hey, cut it out.
Right.
It is neither fit for the land,
Or the lamb.
nor yet for the dunghill.
They ain't good for the dunghill. All right.
But men cast it out.
Yeah, we're gonna cast out that unseasoned lamb.
He that hath ears to hear,
Let them hear. We don't want your unseasoned Passover lamb.
of your ears. Please use your ears.
No.
He that hath an ear, let him hear. Everybody say, let him hear. I can hear it. Everybody say, let him hear.
And both fit in the fire at least. You can do that. Come on. It's springtime. Niggas like to barbecue anyway. What are you talking about? Lamb chops roasting on open fire. Season bitter. Aqua.
Oh, we have to do a read.
Hey, yeah, we need that. We
gonna do it.
find that instrumental for
We're gonna do it. Yeah. We're
we
gonna do
got
it.
we still have idea we need to go.
Correct.
Hey man, this is definitely dope. Was that it on?
Yeah, we got Luke 22:14 back. Let's go back
All
over
right,
there.
22:14.
You don't even want to eat the unseasoned, taste nasty lamb. Right.
And when the hour was come, he sat down and the 12 apostles with him, and he said unto them, with desire, I have desired to eat this Passover with you before I suffer.
Eat the Passover, eat the lamb, eat the goat before he was crucified.
For I say unto you, I will not any more eat thereof.
I would not eat no more Passover lamb of this, that, the third.
Until it be fulfilled in the kingdom of Yahweh.
Up in the fourth dimension. How he's gonna be eating it?
And he took the cup.
They got a lamb up there? What do you mean? Go ahead.
And gave thanks and broke it and gave unto them, and saying, this is my body, which is given for you. Do this in remembrance of me. Salt is not an herb. It's a season.
We went over the herbs.
Also the cup after supper saying, this cup is the New Testament in my blood, which is shed for you. But behold, the hand of him that betrays me is with me on the table. And truly the Son of Man goeth as it was determined.
Verse 22.
Verse 22.
Okay, so in verse 22-29 said, do this in remembrance of me. Right? This is my body was given for you. Do this in remembrance of me. So if we have the bread there, we will have to be the herb. We have to have the whole thing there. We have the whole thing there. Okay? Shout out to Kazaki. That's Kazaki. We see his title.
You know what I'm saying? And then it say, and truly the Son of Man goeth as it was determined, but woe unto that man by whom he is betrayed. And they begin to inquire among themselves which of them it was that should do this thing.
Right.
And
all right, that's it. That's it. Okay. That's it. So yeah, we got that, right? Okay, so a couple more things that we done. This thing is so the only season mentioned is bitter herbs, which we know what herbs are. Bitter herbs, bitter herbs, right? Season mentioned bitter herbs, cooking method also over fire, not boiled or raw, right? Reference Exodus 12:8. Okay. So now let me go back a little bit. We're gonna get a couple more testimonies and then we're done. All right, so did Paul observe the Passover?
Yep.
Okay. You should let's go to 1 Corinthians 5, chapter 5, and read verse 7 and 8.
1 Corinthians 5, chapter 5.
Yeah. 1 Corinthians chapter 5, verse 7 through 8. All you anti-Passover alites. Yeah. Whatever you got, yep.
This is the book of 1 Corinthians chapter 5, verses 7 and 8. Purge out therefore the old leaven, that ye may be a new lump, as ye are unleavened. For even Yahweh our Passover is sacrificed for us. Therefore let us keep the feast.
What did he say?
Therefore let us keep the feast.
What did Paul say?
Therefore let us keep the feast, not with old leaven, neither with the leaven of malice and wickedness. Hey, boy, hey. Cut it out. Therefore let us keep the feast, not with old leaven, neither with the leaven of malice and wickedness, but with the unleavened bread of sincerity and truth.
That's the spirituality of it and the physical part of it. So we keeping the Passover. Paul kept the Passover. What are you talking about? The Messiah had already died and rose, resurrected and everything. Then he came down and met Paul on the road to Damascus and anointed him. You know what I'm saying? In the gospel of the ministry, Paul's keeping the Passover. Stop it. And all over Asia Minor where he was at, traveling and all that. What are you talking about, man? I don't hear what you're talking about.
So this passage suggests that Paul covers the Corinthians. Where's the church of Corinthians located at?
Anybody?
Where is the church of Corinth? Located. What says there?
Matter of fact, I should put it over here. Hold on.
Anybody?
Greece.
Know what Corinthians was?
Ancient Greece.
Ancient Greece. So Paul was keeping the feast day not in Jerusalem. He was telling the Corinthians to keep the feast in Greece. What about the other churches? What about the other churches? Stop. If he's telling the Corinthians to keep the Passover, he's telling all the churches. Ephesus. Right? All these different churches, man. Period on period. Okay? So the passage suggests that Paul encouraged the Corinthian Christians to keep the feast, refers symbolically to Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread, right? However, he reinterprets it, meaning the light of Christ's death as the ultimate Passover lamb. Right, so he is the ultimate Passover lamb, but we still keep the Passover. Because before the Messiah became the Passover, spiritual Passover lamb, which he ate the physical lamb, we have the regular Passover concerning the redemption out of Egypt. So you don't get rid of that because it's the ordinance forever. So you're done. You're done. Give me Acts 26. This saying you don't want to do it. You may have to go up a couple of verses to get context. I don't know. Well, I ain't there yet. Maybe you can start with 1. Acts 1.
Start with 1.
This is the book of Acts chapter 20 and verse 1. And after the uproar was ceased, Paul was called unto him, the disciples, and embraced them, and departed forth to go into Macedonia. And when he had gone over those parts, and had given them much exhortation, he came into Greece.
So he came into Greece. Go ahead.
And there abode 3 months. And when the Jews laid wait for him, as he was about to sail into Syria, he purposed to return to Macedonia. And there accompanied him into Sopater of Berea, and to the Thessalonians, Aristarchus and Secundus, and Gaius of Derbe, and Timotheus and of Asia, Tychicus and Trophimus. These going before tarried for us at Troas. And we sailed away from Philippi after the days of unleavened bread.
After the days of what?
After the days of unleavened bread.
Unleavened bread.
And came unto them to Troas in 5 days, where we abode 7 days.
Stop. You don't want to keep it. Don't stop trying to use, oh, you gotta be in Jerusalem, the temple, the blah. You're wrong, you're a liar. Paul's ministry was all over. And he instructed every one of the churches that he was head over, right? Timothy and all of them, to keep the law, the Passover, the feast days. The Messiah kept the feast of dedication. They were keeping the feast days, man. Go ahead with all that. Go ahead. And he was in the Roman Empire. They was in different countries. Right? What you got, Bob? Come on. I got that right there. We go get that right now. So I want to read this.
Read that. So I asked the question. My question was,
Did the Maccabees keep the Passover?
we have.
The Maccabees did keep the Passover.
Go ahead.
In the historical context of the Maccabean revolt, the Jewish people, led by the Maccabees, were fighting to reclaim their religious freedom from the Seleucid Empire which had desecrated the temple in Jerusalem and outlawed Jewish practices. After their victory and the rededication of the temple, an event commemorated by the festival of Hanukkah, the Maccabees reinstated traditional Jewish worship, including the observance of festivals like, wait for it, Passover. Passover.
Come on. Come on. Because I mean, how they gonna keep some of the law and not all of the law? Well, go ahead.
While the book of Maccabees, 1 and 2 Maccabees, found in the Apocrypha Deuterocanon, doesn't describe in detail a Passover celebration, it strongly implies that the Maccabees and the faithful Jews were committed to restoring the full observance of the Torah, which includes keeping Passover. See 1 Maccabees chapter 4, verses 36 to 59, which focuses on the rededication of the temple. Additionally, 2 Chronicles 30 and 35, earlier biblical times, showed that faithful leaders like Hezekiah and Josiah celebrated the Passover as part of religious reform, and the Maccabees were in that same tradition of religious revival. So while we don't have a detailed Passover account tied specifically to the Maccabees in the surviving text, it's historically and theologically consistent to conclude that yes, they did observe the Passover as part of restoring faithful Jewish worship. Okay, we're faced with done, right? Yeah, I have one too, right? And I want to go to Baruch. We probably read Baruch. Next time, go in the book of Baruch and show how powerful the book of Baruch is when it comes to these laws, these statutes, and commandments. Yeah. Why we can't have a party? Why we can't celebrate the Most High? Why we can't come together and eat and drink and celebrate the Most High? Why? Hold on. Wait a minute. Give me the book of Tobit, because I never want to bring it up. Yes, give me the book of Tobit. Yes, and they was in captivity. Yes, give me Tobit. Oh, start with Tobit, chapter 1, verse 1. Let me put the Bible scripture back up there, my bad.
Let me get Tobit.
Look at the words of Tobit.
Hold on, let me pull it up right quick. Tobit 1. Go ahead.
The book of the words of Tobit, son of Tobiah, the son of Ananiah, the son of Aduel, the son of Gabiel, of the seed of Asael, of the tribe of Naphtali.
What tribe? Naphtali, Northern Kingdom. Back. Go ahead.
Who in the time of Anamasar, king of the Assyrians, was led captive out of Thisbe, which is at the right hand of that city, which is called properly Naphtali, in Galilee above the sea. I, Tobit, have walked all the days of my life in the way of truth and justice, and I did many alms deeds to my brethren and my nation, who came with me to Nineveh and to the land of the Assyrians.
And in the land of the Assyrians in captivity.
And when I was in mine own country in the land of Israel,
in the land of what?
The land of Israel, being but young, all the tribe of Naphtali, my father, fell from the house of Jerusalem, which was chosen out of all the tribes of Israel, that all the tribes should sacrifice there, when the temple of the habitation of the Most High was consecrated for all ages. Now all the tribes which together revolted, and the house of my father Naphtali sacrificed unto the heifer Baal. But I alone went often to Jerusalem at the feast, as it was ordained unto all the people of Israel by an everlasting decree, as the first fruits and tenths of increase, with that which was first shorn, and them gave I at the altar to the priests, the children of Aaron.
So
He's going, he's in captivity, but he's saying that all the northern kingdom, when they revolted from the time of Solomon to Jeroboam and Rehoboam, during that time, he didn't make an excuse like the rest of the northern kingdom and say, I'm not going to keep the peace. Now, that part, when he says, when Solomon built the temple and said, we now want to come here to keep the peace, right? But there's many different occasions when Israel did not keep the peace because whether they was in captivity, right? Various different captivities, right? Or they was just out in wicked, right? So when I talk about Second Chronicles 30, we can read that. Right? So I want to show how this brother was in captivity, right? Or well, I want to say, was in captivity because they came, they fell into captivity. But this brother was in captivity, talking about how he was keeping the peace, keeping the Passover. That's the point. He's keeping the Passover, right? So and he was a righteous man. A righteous man. You want me to read that Second Chronicles, right? Oh, okay. Because Hezekiah was a king over Israel, a great king, and he reinstated the law, right? And we had the priests, we had the southern kingdom together at that time. The northern kingdom rebelled as Tobit instead, right? So I want to just close out because I got plenty more stuff I want to bring out, but I'm just gonna close it out. Let me go over here and bring it up over here. It'll be a part two. It has to be Passover season, right? We can't have no feast days. Dang. That's not what I want. You want to bring out whatever verse you want to bring out? Or
It was a closing. It was a
closing?
closing.
Okay. We want to read the book of Baruch next time. All right, it says Baruch 4:1. This is the book of the commandments of the Most High and the law that endure for what? Forever. All they that keep it shall come to life, but such as leave it shall die. What do you like that for right now? What you got something? Hold on. Vanessa? Turn thee, O Jacob, and take hold of it. Walk in the presence of the light, Lord, thereof, that thou mayest be illuminated. Give not thy honor to another, nor the things that are profitable unto thee to a strange nation. O Israel, happy are we for things that are pleasing. I got the big story, right? Happy are we for things that are pleasing to the Most High, and they go unto us. Be of good cheer, my people. The memorial of Israel. We keep it on the word these days. Thank you.
In closing, I had one scripture, but I'm just gonna stick to what is in my spirit to say. And this is public. This is a PSA to all of Israel who will keep the law, statutes, and the commandments to the best of your ability, who are walking in the ways of the Most High, who will not allow your emotions or your feelings or your reservations to keep you from doing that which is good for you. This is for us. Everybody say for us. Finally, brethren, pray for us that the words of Allah may have free course and be glorified, even as it is with you, that we may be delivered from wicked and unreasonable men, for all men have not faith. But Yahweh is faithful and shall establish you and keep you from evil. I'm even on Yahshua, brother on my left, also Mahoraka, by Yahweh, by Yahshua, and we say, Shabbat Shalom.
And we're gonna give you not a preview of the music video, so we actually did a song. We put up the song "Can't Stop the Rain," right? I'll be the debut of debut the song tonight, the music video. Right? Right now, I'm gonna play the song, right? And shout out to the brothers and sisters that asked the Army, asked E37 Entertainment Radio Sound Music to come down to showcase our music, right? We'll be getting in touch with you guys, we send our posts and stuff like that. And we're gonna be in the city of Texas 2 weekends to bring forth this rapid sound. I'm gonna play it for you.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. It's E37 Entertainment. Righteous Sound Music, you heard? Yeah, we in the building, baby. It's 2025, man. We still pushing. We still praising, giving all glory to Yahweh Ba. Shabbat, Yahweh, man.
It's unbelievable when you come in the truth, eyes wide open, you just hoping. Bruce not joking, Israel now found the word so profound. Yeah, you gain a new family too. Name is 3-1, crying out, sparing not, passing many shots. Found some cool lines, brotherhood won't stop. David and Jonathan, brotherhood covenant. He that front of right, front of a good thing. Proverbs 31 is hard to find. I know the system fine, don't let them blow your mind. Don't let them make you blind, cause the truth divine. Like the vintage wine, you need to slow up. Young folk, things will get tough. You got to endure to the end, that's what's up. Israel gonna rule. We're taking you back to school. Prophecy info on the line. So
Hey, Tal. Kingdom goes Rain coming down, but sleeping, but living. Waters run deep, wasn't ready for the forecast. Pop the umbrella, dodging precipitation, hydroplaning, meditation. On to the next destination. A quiet place out the storms, under gray skies since the day I was raised by the river, born in a little tent. Covered in and hit me like a flood. I knew it was the blood. Had to get those shackles up off me, homie. The spirit of discernment blocking me from all the okey dokey, doing a hokey pokey. Had to turn myself around. Saw me drowning. Yahweh shot put me back on solid ground. Praises to Yahweh through the Yadon. He put me on. You can't stop it if you try. My shield and my buckler. I'm far from a sucker harder. The father they get offended, but we mash harder. You can't stop the rain.